got 29 through 32, 35 through 38, all on this. And you can see the cameras on top of the thing right there. And then that covers up. Hopefully it won't be as long as all right. Okay. Talk to you later. Say hi to everybody.
let's go ahead and bring it into the booth. Mike and Dennis with you here tonight. No Lee, he's bowling. And I got to ask you, Dennis, do you think Lee's going to go plus this year, or do you think he's going to go minus again?
I like what I see on the left. I think he's going to go plus this year.
I think he's going to go plus this year as well. We wish him all the best. We actually hope he does well enough in the tournament that he doesn't have to be here with us tomorrow night and on Sunday. We want the young man to do well.
But we shouldn't take scores down and let him see what's happening during the squad.
No, not at all.
He doesn't want to see that. So
we would like to welcome all of you at home on this wonderful Friday evening for the 7 o'clock qualifying squad right here at St. Clair Bowl here in Fairview Heights, Illinois. It's the 2022 Hammer Holiday Doubles Tournament. We've been streaming this thing for about 11 years, and I think you were on even the first year, Dennis. I don't think we talk about that enough.
I don't know that I was in this tournament. I came later in this tournament. I was on with the IB tournament more than I was with this one. But
yeah, I still thought you might have dropped in with Jeff.
Maybe
Jeff
it's possible.
Carter.
Yeah. Then a few years off, obviously, and then now back again for 2 years in a row.
2 years in a row, and I really appreciate it. I really do, bud. I know you're very busy with everything you got going on, and we appreciate it. Dennis, I did get the scores for A and B combined, and I'm going to cover up my own self. I can kind of. Hi. So what do we got there? Put your glasses on because I can't read it either.
Yeah. So we have a 665 over. That would have come from B squad, Bumgartner and Burns.
Yep.
We saw Dylan shoot a 300 early in the block, as a matter of fact, I believe.
300 so far. Jason Cragen, Josh Glover, Tim Barrett, Joe Dolans, Dylan Burns, Donnie Wilson, and Mr. France as well had one.
Yep. So 7 of those. DJ Archer's team with what Thompson is that?
Jared.
Second place, 566 over.
Wow. They bowled good on the low end.
Yep. So 100 pins difference between first and second place right now.
Yeah.
Salabecki and Butts third at 562. Very close behind them, Tackett and Tackett at 561.
They bowled this morning.
Right. Barron and Bittenbender fifth at 542 off of B squad. Stubblefield and Fujita, good for them. 523, they're in sixth place. Those kids, they bowled very well. And if I remember right, Ryan always talks about how he doesn't bowl good on house shots.
Right.
And he did today, obviously. Jones and Hankins 7 at 493. Cragen and Oviatt, there's a 300 and a 299 in this 485 total over there. Ninth is Cleveland and Lay at 471. 10th, Withers and Stevens, 469. So we've got, let's see, 92 teams have bowled so far.
Yeah, so you would go.
We figure it's about 20%, right? So that'd be 19 spots.
40%, right?
40%. So that's about 19 spots.
Yeah, 19
should
spots.
come from this. So if we're looking down at that area,
378.
378, and that's Knowles and Tackett, and I think Knowles is spelled incorrectly here.
No, that's right, Justin Knowles.
Yeah, but I thought it's Knowles and it's not Knowles. I believe that. I may be wrong about that, but I thought on the back of his shirt the K is not on there.
Okay.
So anyways, and they were playing, I mean, especially Zach was playing the lanes interestingly early in the squad. We saw him flag the head pin on the right a couple of times, loft in the left gutter. So, but that's 378. There's not a big separation there, Mike. 360 is next, 359 is next, 352, which would be Peters, and they were one of the last teams that were done on this last squad. So they probably sat around for a little while in the middle of that block as well.
Yeah.
So
we couldn't have this tournament for you without our great title sponsor, Hammer. If you're considering a new bowling product, make sure you check out the Brunswick family of brands and the Hammer brand in particular. Also, we're running a special on Inside Bowling. We sell T-shirts and gear. A lot of people wearing them here, actually. I'm going to pop this up on the slide real quick. We have a sale from December 9th through December 11th at midnight. You can save 20% site-wide with code HOLIDAY over at InsideBowling.com. And, of course, year-round, you can always save 15% with the coupon code on the bottom left of our screen that says YouTube if you're watching an archived broadcast. We are here in the C qualifying squad. We have 5 squads for you. We have D&E tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. and then 2 p.m. and then we'll go to the semifinals at 7:30 tomorrow night. We'll cut from 232 teams down to 46, but 1 in 4 will cash, and then we will cut from 46 down to 12 for Sunday's round-robin match play with 30 bonus pins beginning at 9 a.m. all times Central.
That's important to say considering the wide range of viewers that we've had all day. We've had people overseas, a lot of family members watching from both coasts that I know of.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, you've had to work all day. They're using 2 different oil machines, but they're putting out the house condition. And the house condition is very, very cliffed, meaning a lot of oil in the middle, not much oil outside. It allows you to miss right. The ball hooks back to the head pin. If you throw it in the middle, the ball tends to want to slide because there's oil there. They're using 2 different lane machines. They're oiling lanes 25 through 50 with 1 lane machine and lanes 1 through 24 with the other lane machine. The lanes that are in play are lanes 3 through 48. The 2 end pairs are not being utilized or in play, at least today. 2 of the end pair, or 1 of the end pairs will be in play. 2 of the lanes will be in play on an end pair for our 2 o'clock squad on Saturday due to teams not willing to move, which is okay. They understand that's what's going on. Random draw for your lane assignments. We are kicked off here on 35 and 36 and 37 and 38. I do see Dave Cummings and Jen Meske. I also see Devira Buckley and Godfrey Wilson. We do not have a lane pairings assignment or anything like that. If you want to check the scores, they're available out on our Inside Bowling Twitter feed. And also, I believe, on Facebook at the end of every single one of our squads. We've been so busy I haven't had a chance to check, but I believe that's the case. If not, it will be soon. I want to welcome in all of our viewers. Also, the other thing that we should let you know is that this evening we do have 2 different streams for you. We have the main feed that we're on right here, and then we also have a second feed, which is called the second feed, or second channel, I think is second stream is what I have it called. And if you want to go watch lanes 41 through 44, you can do so right now. That's available for you as well. You can open up 2 browsers if you want. Nick Pate is actually over there on one of those pairs. And Sid Brumman is not bowling, but she's here checking out the action, cheering on Nick.
I didn't even see Sid.
Yeah, she's back there in the
I
white
see her now.
pullover.
I see her now.
She's kind of, you really get to notice her with the glasses. She's kind of got the Harry Carey look going. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I kind of feel that way a little bit. Love Sid. She's awesome, actually, on the broadcast. They brought her in for PWBA. I thought she was excellent. Great bowler and great coach.
I have the great opportunity to serve on the USBC Board of Directors with Andrew Anderson from the last squad.
Yes, sir.
And Nick Pate and Sid. They're all 3 on the USBC board right now. So that's kind of cool.
We had a lot of participation watching today, 900 viewers. Tonight we've, according to my numbers here, our numbers are sitting at 240. And I don't know if that's because people would rather watch while they're at work or what. I'm a little surprised we're a little bit less in the viewership here tonight. But I know we'll get more as the night goes on, as we always do. You know, if I look over the list here, Dennis, and I look at the teams that are in that 18 window, and then I look outside of there, Jake Peters, and I believe it's Dan Peters that he bowls with,
Yep.
his uncle, right?
Yep.
They're in 22nd at 352 over. I just don't think that's going to be enough. Kirkendall and Wilson at 320. They're in 25th. Now, they may cash. I think they're going to cash 58. Nick Crummell and Nick Summer are outside the number. Dolans and Reinheimer, who, you know, had a big last game, 577. They're not going to get there at 305.
No, that's a shame, too, because it was fun to watch that last game.
Robarge and Bolds is going to miss,
which is a big surprise to me.
Tony Resnick on a house shot with Ralston. They're going to miss.
Yep.
Keplinger and Barnes were 257 over. They're not going to get there. Parker Capra and his partner Bowie, they are, are Bowie, 248 over. They're not going to get there.
And Justin would have come from Texas, right?
I think so.
That's where he lives still, I believe. So.
Yeah, I believe so. But right now, Bumgartner, Burns lead at 665. Thompson and Archer at 566. Salabeck and Butts at 562. At 561, Tackett and Tackett. Parent and Bittenbender at 542. Stubblefield, Fujita at 523. Those are all the teams that are 500 over or more through 2 squads, just 6 of them.
Jeremy Hunt told me that Timmy Barron had 150 the last game.
150.
Down there. So
down there.
Down there. So
he liked them down there.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he had a 260 and a 300 down there earlier in the day, and then 150 at the end of the tournament. So that's the Phantom report anyways. We've got some striking going on in front of us here on 37 and 8, Michael.
We do.
Did he get away with that?
Yep. Do you know these guys?
Well, I know Dave and Jen, but I don't know these 2 guys.
Yeah, I don't know them either. I mean, I've seen them bowl in years past.
Yeah, I recognize the face. I just don't know.
I'm sure our chat will help us out. Where is stream 2 on our YouTube channel? Let me post a link here in the chat. Are you hearing like some sort of like whistling noise?
Yeah, I believe it's next door to us over here.
Oh, over there.
Yeah.
That was you? Oh, okay. Little guy over here trying to have some fun.
Well, whoever they are, they got all strikes so far. Look here.
Look at you. You want to join us in the... No, that's Dennis. You want to join us in the booth for a second? Sure. Yeah, come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very, very special guest to get things started out here tonight. I really didn't know this guy that well going into this year, but I almost feel like we are really good friends now. I mean, I kind of feel that way.
Yep.
Spent all summer with him. Want to make sure the mic's close to your mouth too, Jeff, because we've got a soundboard that's a little weak.
Got it.
But this guy just recently, and we all got to kind of scoot this direction a little bit now so we can all fit on camera.
Uh-oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, in his first interview ever, as being compared to Dick Weber, Dick Weber Ambassador Award on the PBA 50 Tour. Let's bring in, for the first time on Inside Bowling, Jeff Johnson.
Hey, I'm here.
Dude, it's good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Now show everybody the shirt that you have.
Oh, isn't this nice?
Where did you get the shirt?
This is an Inside Bowling shirt. Everybody should be doing this. InsideBowling.com. Every shirt that you could ever want is there.
I've got one too.
It is. It is.
You gotta like
That's right.
that.
That's right. Dennis and Jeff, you guys know each other?
We don't.
We don't.
Dennis Hacker.
Jeff
Nice
Johnson.
to meet you.
Nice to meet
That's
you.
what we do. We make memories here.
Yeah.
So Dennis has committed his entire life to bowling and the
Pretty much.
military.
And the military.
And the military. So we thank you for your
Thank
service,
you.
Yeah,
Dennis.
appreciate it.
He designed Parker Bones' website back in the day, way back in the day.
1998. It'll be 25 years next year.
And
Computers were only invented
I
like
know.
4 years before that.
I know
so
that.
good for you.
And don't hold this against Dennis. Okay? I don't want you to hold this against Dennis.
It's the last time it's been updated.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, don't hold this against Dennis. But he's also very good friends with Jeff Carter.
Okay. I won't hold that against you.
They're buddies.
That's cool. That's good.
He ran a lot of tournaments for
Yeah.
Jeff, with Jeff. So that's how I got to know these guys. And Dennis is always there for me. So,
Yep.
and what is your current role with the United States Bowling Congress?
I'm the vice president of the USBC right now.
Wow.
Vice president. So,
Good for you, Dennis.
so typically, has it been pretty common that vice presidents eventually become presidents of the United States Bowling Congress?
Well, let's not put the cart before the horse. yet,
but has that ever happened before?
yeah, it's happened.
Okay, so
has
this
happened.
we could be Jeff. We could be
This-
sitting next to the potential
Future
someday
per-
president of the United States Bowling Congress.
I will watch what I say from now on, for sure.
No problem.
Okay, all right.
I haven't been so far, have I?
Jeff is a rep for our sponsor here, Hammer and the Brunswick
That's awesome.
family of brands, with Tom Carter out on the PBA 50 tour, and Jeff is just one of the guys everybody likes out there. And I personally believe, we're going to get back to the bowling here, and we're going to talk more about this with Jeff, but I think his game got a lot better this year. Towards the end of the season, he was a factor. I think we're going to get him a title next year.
That's very good. I mean,
I
I know.
for sure need to make a show,
Well,
but that's the goal.
Yeah.
I got to make a show. Every year it's a little bit different. Next year's a show.
that's good.
Jeff, I got to ask you, when you found out you were the Dick Weber Ambassador Award winner, what was the thoughts there? What went through your mind?
You know, I know, obviously we spend a lot of weeks with everybody on the senior tour, and it's a bunch of friends that bowl together. So, and that award is given by your peers. So
I was going to say I thought it was. So.
for me to get that, it was, you know, in that group was Parker Bone. Parker Bone runs for mayor every time he walks into every building, you know. So how does Parker Bone not win that? So when John Weber called me and told me that, it was, you know, it was a little bit surreal that, you know, my name is going to be on a trophy that Dick Weber's name is on, who was my regional director in the mid-'80s when I joined the PBA.
Right.
So it's a little bit, it's a life moment when you get that call. And, you know, the whole Weber family has been friends of ours, and the talk with John when he called me that obviously then turned to all the memories from the 80s and 90s and everything with John and Rich and Pete and everything. So it was surreal just to get the call, and then everything that happened last night after they announced it, just crazy.
And that's voted on by the peers?
It is. It's kind of cool.
Much deserving, man.
Thank you very much.
Very cool. And you're bowling with Gary Allstott here?
I am. We are the fourth oldest team, we think.
Oh, okay. Fourth oldest.
I thought we were the oldest until Pete immediately called me and says, we're 2 years older than you. Thank you very much. And then
Okay.
I started getting more. So, but we're the fourth oldest.
That's cool.
That doesn't mean the fourth oldest can't at least make the cut for tomorrow
What
night,
squad?
right? We're tomorrow at 8 a.m.,
And you
which is
guys-
great for us because old guys get up in the
Well,
morning.
I understand old guys get up in the morning, but I'm telling you, my body does not move at 8 o'clock in the morning anymore. As much as I'd love to still do that, I just can't. My involvement with Midwest PBA started back in the Don McLaren days.
Yep.
So,
By the way, this is Nolan White on the front 7. Oh, did you see that?
I did. That was pretty crazy. Pin
I'm
carry.
going to slow that
We're
down.
going to do a replay here.
Let's
for
watch this.
everybody.
Watch this pin action. Watch this pin action here. Nolan White.
On lane 38, guys.
Watch this pin action.
Oh, wow.
The pin stopped it.
Yep.
And it was a pin that was horizontal into the gutter, and basically the base of it stopped the pin.
That
from going
almost
into
could have been a solid 6-7.
Yep.
Or 6-10, I mean,
Yep.
sorry. Crazy.
Both of those guys got a pretty good look to start this game out, though. I've been watching him. Did he miss it? Oh, he didn't. He acted like.
So you guys should get along just fine since your name's Jeff. Dennis has a thing for Jeff.
Yeah.
How far away is this for you?
It was 4 hours and 30 minutes when the Apple Maps kicked in when I got there. So
Did you bring your better half with you?
I did not.
No.
She is running a small business Saturday event at our
Okay.
building tomorrow. So she is home alone.
Okay.
That doesn't happen very often, does it?
No.
No,
Did you just drive down by yourself?
I did.
What did you listen to in the car on the way here?
I listened to Ozzy's channel first,
Okay.
and then about LaSalle, Peru, I was getting kind of tense on the steering wheel, so then I went to the highway, which was country. There's an extreme difference.
Yeah, there really
Yeah.
is.
But it was Margaritaville in Nashville on
Oh.
Friday, so it was okay to listen to Buzz Brainerd at that time. So,
Okay.
so it was good. I was more calm after that, if nothing else.
I think we need to get Dennis out to bowl a couple PBA 50 stops, huh, Dennis?
Mike, the
Are you
ankle.
50?
I'm 65 in
Oh,
August.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
Yep.
could pull an Adcock.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to be president of the USBC, Dennis, I think you got to get your ass out on the
I
PBA
still
50
bowl,
tour.
and I don't have I bowled a 50 stop. I haven't bowled a 50 stop. I got really bad inflammation right now going on. I'm waiting until I get Medicare to get this fixed. I'm having the government take care of it for me.
Okay.
But when that's done, I mean, I wouldn't mind bowling something like that again.
Here's the thing about the PBA 50 Tour. There's 3 things that are different from the Kids Tour that I noticed to the 50 Tour. 1, everybody shows up early for roll call.
Except for Johnny Petraglia one week.
Except for Johnny Petraglia 1 week in Florida, if I remember correctly. 2 is everybody is friends, and when we get done at the end of the week, we're all still friends.
Yep.
And 3, the cars in the parking lot are a lot nicer on the PBA 50 Tour than they are on the Kids Tour.
Okay.
So I think you can fit that. That's all
right.
good.
That sounds good. Yeah.
Jeff, I got to ask you your opinion when you saw the news that came out last week about all the streaming stuff. What'd you think of that?
Well, how can you not like that? I mean, I'm in a different situation. I'm a bowling proprietor, so we get Bowl TV for free
As a BPAA
as
member.
a BPAA member,
Right.
and we use that account solely in the bowling center. So whether it's in one of our bars or in the bowling center or whatever, we're showcasing the bowling center. Maybe a little biased because I'm a regular on the 50 Tour, so obviously I'm on a lot of them screens when that is. But it doesn't matter if it's me or the women's tour or the collegiate, you know, whatever. We have bowling on, you know, all the time when that is. In my situation, I have relatives that would like to watch me bowl and used to like to watch my kids bowl on college. So I would buy them Bowl TV as well. So
Okay.
they were
Sure.
showcased on that. So the announcement of everything being on Bowl TV was a lot better for me because I didn't have to buy Flow. And in addition, everything is right there. So whether we're in the pro shop or the bars or the bowling center or the bowler's bar or whatever, we have bowling on 100% of the time. And it's competitive bowling. It's live. And we get professional coverage versus what we had before. So
You call that professional coverage?
I do, because I get to see what is done on the camera. I'm not talking about what happens off the camera afterwards, but it's professional coverage while we're wearing headsets, so we're all good.
Okay.
Fair?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
We had a blast
Oh
on the
my God.
PBA 50 Tour.
I gotta tell you a quick story. We're in Hammond, Indiana. I flip into the house and I'm in the number, and I think I have 2 games to go. And I throw my first shot, and Mike walks down. I hope I'm not giving away anything. So Mike comes down. He says, "Dude, I got to tell you, I think you're playing this wrong." I threw 1 shot, you know. I think you're playing this wrong. I said, "What are you talking about?" He says, "See that tracer down lane?" He says, "Just move your feet wherever you want to and roll it over that tracer. It's going to suck up to the pocket, and you're going to strike every time." I made the cut. I took a Chris Keene always says you got to move there's 2 adjustments to Chris Keene. You move a shoe to the left or a shoelace. it was multiple shoes left
Okay.
to do what Mike wanted me to do.
Yeah.
I trusted him, and I rolled it over that spot, and I think I struck almost every time that he told me to do that. So it's nice to have a little ball rep sitting back here watching people bowl all the time,
on that
all
pair,
day long
and,
on that pair.
and you see who's doing the same thing, and it's
Right,
easy to pick
right,
up, right?
Yep, exactly.
And it's funny because you guys actually took to that very well.
Yep.
Like who is this guy to come down here and tell me what I need to be doing, right? This guy behind the mic. But I mean, a lot of you guys, I would just walk up, Hess, Parker, you, whoever. I would just be like, I kept telling Parker every week, drill a paradox. Drill a
know you
paradox.
did
Throw a
every week.
paradox. Jesus. Ball rolls so good for guys that throw it like him.
Yep.
But yeah, no, that was fun. I just hate seeing guys repeat shots consistently and beat their head against the wall, especially when they need a game or two to finish out.
Right.
And I know you can do it. I'm just like, hey, man. I think I came over and said, hey, do you mind if I give you a little
Correct.
advice?
Yeah.
I'm watching this from up here. Think
Yo-
about it, you know.
He always prefaces it for sure. That is that is correct.
What's
Because I'm pretty sure if I'd have told Mike, nope, I got my gig, he would have just turned
just-
around and says,
yeah.
okay, good.
Okay, yeah,
Sure.
do your thing.
Yep.
Yep.
And then I'd have just said, hey, you know, what I was talking about on the air, I went down and offered to see if Jeff wanted to hear it. He said no, he's got a game plan, so let's see him go out and do what he needs to do, and I
Yep.
hope he makes the cut.
Yep.
That's that whole agree to disagree, walk out of the room as if, you know, somebody else's idea is your idea and be a champion of it, and no hard feelings.
That is correct.
But you knew I was coming from a good place, and I wasn't trying to do anything to hurt you. I was
Nope.
trying to do something, nothing but to just say, hey, you don't have a guy back there watching you every shot. I've been watching this pair. We're on the same pair the whole time.
All the time.
And I see guys bowl 170 and guys bowl 250. And there's one clear-cut difference between those
between
two.
what they do? Yeah.
One has got the ball too far right of that rangefinder, and one guy's rolling it right over it.
Yep.
See, that's the thing that we see. Speaking of the devil,
Yeah.
that's the thing we, you know, as a ball rep, we can't watch everybody at the same time too either.
Right.
So, you know, there's a thing about people that are sitting there watching one specific pair and watching adjustments that are being done and all those stuff. We're moving 50 lanes throughout the whole thing, trying to watch, you know, 40, 50 people at the same time.
And then add into the fact that it's a whole lot different look when you're standing on top of the shot up there versus whenever you're sitting back in the condition where we're at and we can actually see what happens in the first 20 feet of the lane.
Guys,
Oh
I'm
my-
bringing Parker in to sit with you guys. He's
Okay.
friends with both of you, and I got a couple things I need to do.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So
So yeah, as we move pair to pair and we're watching different styles, you know, different lane conditions, different topography, different whatever, we're trying to apply that to that specific person. It's way, people don't understand that. It's so much easier to stand back here as we're watching every single player go through this. What balls had urethane, which balls had, or which pairs have different topography, which pairs whatever. So it's easier for me to stand back here and apply that there than when you're up there on the approach and nobody understands that. It's just different. I mean, you just see the lane different.
So before I welcome Parker here, I got to follow up one little thing. PBA 50 guys, are you using urethane?
Oh yeah, there's plenty.
Really?
Of urethane. There's plenty of urethane on the ball line, or on the lanes.
Very
Yep.
surprised at that.
Hey, look, I won one of my 4 events this year throwing urethane.
You did.
Absolutely.
Yes, I did.
Well, you told me last year you barely had it in your bag.
I've only got one,
I
but
mean, seriously.
there is a very funny story behind it.
Okay. By the way, the guys, this is Parker Bone. We're in the
Yeah,
booth.
I'm sneaking in here for a cameo appearance.
We're good.
So thanks for having me. But I was. It was the event during the week of Junior Gold.
Okay.
It was
So I went over to Detroit.
Westland, Michigan.
Yeah, so I go over there, and coincidentally, Sydney had bowled early in the morning, so she said, Dad, can I go over and watch you bowl? Because we're coming back to watch Brandon bowl that night. I said, of course you can. So she goes with me, and she's in the back. Dennis, just like this. Dad, you should be throwing a purple hammer. Sydney, I don't have the hand like some of these guys. But, Dad, that's the ball. So my first 3.5 games, 4 games. I don't have a whole lot to show for it. I'm 20 over. What have I got to lose? Let me try to prove her wrong and say that this is not the ball. As I proceed to bail out the game and then bowl 780 for the last 3 and shoot 200. Well, you know what? Maybe there's a little more something to this ball. Maybe I should try it a little bit more.
There's a little more to that. So I'm in the paddock, and I'm talking with everybody, and Sydney walks into the paddock, which Sydney doesn't. I mean, Sydney's a little more withdrawn than maybe the boys are.
Oh, God, yeah.
Well, at least from my world, she's a little more withdrawn. She walks in, she goes, Mr. Johnson, can you go talk to my dad? He should be using a purple hammer. And I said, what's he using? She says, I think he's going to use a purple hammer, but if he doesn't, can you please tell him to use a purple hammer?
Yep. So now she has officially become one of my new ball reps.
New ball reps.
There you go.
Good. Folks, we will get you back out to the action in just a second. We've got a break here. All the pairs that seem to have gotten done at about the same time, which is not what we had on the last squad, but we'll be starting up in front of us. That's why we got it in the booth here. You left for a while. What'd you go do today?
I had to go relax. I've done something to my left kneecap that's not exactly feeling very good. But after driving for a couple hours to come down here, I figured I'd go and lay down and stretch my legs out. So I believe that's the way I actually hurt it. You know, I showed everybody earlier I was standing up. I've actually got some sort of compression brace on there right now, but I was standing up there, and I said, yeah, you can see kneecap here.
Right.
And if you look over here, you don't really see a kneecap because it's all rounded.
Yeah.
Yeah, so needless to say, and even though I'm sitting in this booth, I'm trying to keep my left leg as straight as possible.
Gotcha.
So tomorrow when you're watching me bowl or standing around, because it's actually not bad once I'm out there bowling, but there's going to be nothing sitting at the table just bending my legs under the chair.
Got it. So
You know,
I would have taken it back out, Mike, but good job for doing that. So you got it.
the thing about that is, you know, people don't understand how important the non-slide sole or non-slide leg, knee, and everything is. So, you know, for him saying the left knee, it's completely different for a right-hander or a left-hander, but there's so much, you know, force that's used off of that.
That's my power.
That's
on the
exactly right.
power step, but then also you talked about not being able to get it out of the way you needed to, so you could finish at the line, and that's a big deal too, is not being able to clear it. I find myself, I told you I had ankle problems earlier, and right now just bowling league, I'll be taking steps, and if there's pain when I try my power step, my right leg won't clear, and I'll actually hit it on the backswing sometimes, you know, because I don't know where it's at. You know what I mean? The pain involuntarily makes you collapse and do different things, and all of a sudden you don't know where your leg is at.
Yeah.
I hit it with my backswing on the wall because the leg won't get out of the way. It just won't. So
Yeah, so I bowled for about an hour yesterday, and, you know, fortunately the ball was coming off my hand pretty clean. I feel like I'm getting down to the line really stiff at an angular motion, a lot faster than what I feel comfortable doing.
Right.
But once I somewhat got accustomed to it, it seemed like it was going pretty decent. So
we are in the start of game number 2 on the C squad here at St. Clair Bowl in Fairview Heights, Illinois. We're watching, let's see, what lanes are we watching over here? 29
through 32.
Yeah, 29 through 32, which is the first set of lanes that we've got covered. We've got another set in front of us here, 35 through 38. And then a second channel, you can find it by searching Inside Bowling on YouTube, 41 through 44. Those will be the 12 lanes that are used on Sunday for the finals. So we're already set up and ready to go for finals on Sunday by just sitting right here.
guys got somewhat the bird's eye view for everybody here right now.
Not too bad, yeah. Not too bad. We can kind of see everything. I told Mike the last time that I worked one of these that I was bringing binoculars with me just so that I can kind of look, because you can see, even if you can't see a specific score, you can tell what the first 2 numbers should be by how many opens and how many doubles they got in the game. You can figure out where they are. And
in this event here, they better have a mega bagger up there
well,
somewhere.
I think, from what we're looking at, we were kind of trying to judge it earlier, but from last year's scoring pace, I'm guessing right now we're about 70 less
Yep, I think you're right.
Than
Than
what
last year.
than what it was last
than
year.
what it was last year.
70 less, and you have a whole nother squad.
And we have a whole nother squad. So, I mean, the numbers are daunting if you think about it. 232 people, or 232 teams are bowling this weekend. 46 make the first cut, which is just less than 20%. And then to make the top 12 on Sunday is less than 5% of the field. And that's the top 12 teams.
Yep.
So it's a pretty elite group that actually do make it to Sunday.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Parker, last year you bowled with Brandon also, right?
No, with Justin.
Oh, you bowled with Justin
Yep.
last year. So, your thoughts on bowling with Brandon this year?
Brandon's still a junior, so Brandon cannot bowl this event yet.
Oh.
He's still a junior until after he's going to turn adult after junior gold this year.
So you're bowling with Justin again?
Yes.
Okay.
So-
And you bowled very well last year.
Yeah. Fortunately, we did.
Yep.
I was extremely happy with how we ended. I mean, you want to win every event that you put your shoes on.
Right.
But it's not always about winning when I say that. In an event like this, of the substantial, let's say, substantialness of the event
Right.
and how large it is, coming in to bowl with my son, and I have nothing but respect for all the players that are out there and what some of them have amassed through the years and what they've accomplished. I know that we are somewhat of the underdog team. Yes, I have a teenager as my son I'm bowling with, and he's bowling with some, I don't want to say old decrepit guy, but he's bowling with a guy that's 58. It's not like he's bowling with a 35-year-old young buck.
Right.
So when it was all said and done, the fact that we finished where we did, I was extremely happy for him.
So he's got another year under his belt at college.
Yep.
He's obviously learned a lot.
Mhm.
Do you look at your performance coming into this year more on his shoulder because of his learned or what he's learned, or do you think it's just your application on being the older 58-year-old guy?
Well, I'm going to hope that he bowls a little bit better this year than he did last year. I think he's a little bit smarter. He's going to play the lanes a little bit differently. And when I
always
say
that,
that,
yeah.
there's no guarantee he could play him perfect. It doesn't mean he's going to knock him over.
Right.
We all know that.
Right.
But, when I look at what goes on, and I'll say it this way, it's you're in the fire when you're here at the set tee area. And you have to be honest with yourself each and every shot that you make.
Yep.
So every pass that you throw the ball down the lane, is that the best you have, or do you have a little bit better?
Yep.
And there was once or twice last year, maybe 3 or 4 times, I don't even remember now, where he wanted to jump ship and try to go something else. And I had to talk him off the ledge and say, no, let's be realistic. Was that the best? And he, okay, well, when you're second guessing yourself, then you realize that wasn't the best.
Yep.
So, if he wants to change it, and it's not just him, it's Brandon as well, and it's for all the viewership that's watching there at home. You want to change a ball, I have zero problem with that. But convincingly, you got to know that you made a really good quality shot before that, and that's why you're moving off of it.
Yep. You need to justify that move for sure.
Yeah. You can't move, or let me say arbitrarily, just throw a ball away and grab something else because the ball got 8 or 9 when you didn't throw it for anything.
Right.
I think we talked a little bit last year, and you said that you had bowled doubles with the kids at some point and other things, but to come out here and bowling in this event with the caliber of the field that is in this tournament was a big step.
Oh
for
my
him.
God, huge step.
Yeah, for him.
Huge step.
So during the finals on Sunday last year, Jeff, one of the things that he left out, and I know it had to be impressive upon Justin himself, but this guy went like, was it 820 for 3 games, something like that?
Something
I
like
think
that.
it was something like that, 820 for 3 games. It's almost like every single time he tried, he struck. Obviously, that's not the case, but he couldn't have missed very many times for 820. And Justin's just out there. I mean, it got to a point where he just kind of relaxed and just became himself at that point because you guys went up the standings very fast. Last year's Sunday jockeyed around as much as I've ever seen Sunday jockey around.
Oh my God, it was kind of mind-boggling when you sit there and look at it, and you'd watch a team that could be in third 1 minute, and the very next minute, a game later, they could be in 7th or 8th.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
There was the if I remember correctly, even the top two teams at the top there, Dole and Ogle, kind of, I don't want to say ran away with it, but they were always 100 pins ahead of the field.
Right.
And the rest of those teams were all fumbling, if you want to say,
Yeah.
and meandering somewhere in that third, fourth, fifth, and then if they had 2 bad games in a row, oh my God, you look and well, Jesus, now we're down the 9th or 10th.
I know.
So, when I looked at it, when it was all said and done and we ended up leapfrogging and getting up to third after that last game, hey, I was happy. I feel like we were on the top of the mountain at that point.
And there's righteous money at the top of the standings in this place.
Yes.
So it's to make that move and get there probably helped him out quite a bit too last year.
Yeah, I think mentally that definitely it made him feel pretty good.
It was fun watching that. I have to tell you, a lot of fun.
Well, hopefully it can be just as much fun this year, and well, who knows?
Yeah,
Maybe that old decrepit guy will actually get another spot or two.
maybe.
Old decrepit Parker Bone. Amazing.
There's only 2 spots better you can get. I mean,
Right.
if you think about it. So.
Yep. Well, he did tell me earlier, he goes, I just want you to know, if you want to pencil yourself in for the scores that you bowled last year, I'll gladly take those.
See, he remembers.
And I'll try to add something
Yeah.
to go with those. I laughed.
Secretly, he realizes he's a year more educated. He's bowled on a lot of crazy conditions since then. And he's coming here, and I think he'll be able to apply a little bit more than he did last year, just because of maturity, no other reason. I mean, he's a stud in the collegiate, rank, so he'll do fine here.
You know what? It's just about having a good time. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
If we go out and have a good time and you walk out with a little bit more than what you put into it when it's all said and done, that's really what it's all
I
about.
know he was out here helping Dole and those guys yesterday, I guess, in the clinic that they did. Was it yesterday? Did you and Brandon come out
No,
with him, or you came out at a different time?
No, we came in town this morning,
Okay.
so we didn't actually get here till this morning. Actually, we didn't get here till this afternoon.
So we saw you pretty quick after you got here then, I would imagine.
I walked in the door and just happened to walk right past you.
Yeah. This pair in front of us, 37 and 8, and let's see, I'm not sure. We are not watching that pair right now. We're watching still 29 through 32, I believe. Let me bring this over to 27 and 8.
You've got way too many buttons here in front of me for me to even want to put my hand near here.
It's okay. I think we're just going to do this right here. That has what I wanted to see.
There you go.
There we go.
Great strike by Chris Wiley, who happens to be from Freeport, Illinois, where I'm from.
Okay. So we've watched some pretty good games on this pair. Early on, I will say, early on B Squad, they flipped from the top end, and that's a big deal. Understanding from flipping from the lanes that don't hook so much to this end of the house. But Shea Bittenbender and Tim Barrett are bowling here in front of us, and Timmy couldn't keep the ball off the head pin on lane 37. On lane 38, he pretty much had the pocket, but 37, he couldn't keep it off the head pin. 3 times during the match, during that game, I think was the 3-6-10 or 3-6 was in play from all different kinds of lines. But Shea goes 290 on the pair. So they were.
Sometimes ball rolls can make a significant difference.
It does.
The guys could be mirrored; they could be right on top of one another, and one guy's ball picks up literally a foot or two sooner, keeps breaking loose from the lane, and the other guy, he can't miss.
Right.
Correct.
And part of Shea's effectiveness, I guess, if you want to say it, during that game was the angle that he could get the ball to recover from down the lane and the way it was going through the pins. And Tim didn't do anything wrong. I mean, I watched the moves that he made during that game, and it would have been the same moves that I would have made had I been out there and physically able to do it. I mean, he did exactly what I would have thought.
Mm-hmm.
And It was just really, and it was early in the block too. That's the weird part about it. 37 seemed like it was so much drier than 38 for the right-handers. I wasn't sure about the lefties what they would be due, but this squad we're seeing strikes like crazy on the 37 and 38.
You know, it's amazing when Shea is bowling, though. A lot of times with his ball roll, it doesn't see the front of the lane. I mean, it's just something that he does, and that's why he's as successful
There
as
are
he is.
people that they have what they call a voodoo roll, and it's the weirdest thing in the world, but you're right.
And his ball does not see that. So as long as he was getting it to his point, I can see how you know, that would happen where, you know, somebody on top of him may see a completely different roll, and it's just because, you know, it's just how they release the ball and how their ball sees the lane.
Parker, I was at for BVL. I was at Bill Moore's house again this year, right after the Veterans Day stuff at Arlington, and and Johnny's bowling with those guys. You know, bowling their match that they bowl during the day and for the fundraiser and stuff like that. And I was sitting just to the side of the approach, but I was sitting halfway up on the approach, and so I'm getting to watch Johnny get to the line and watch his ball navigate past the arrows. And I saw, and I know Johnny's in his 70s still, but I saw, and he came back and I said, you know what, I realized something sitting here just this close to you guys. Him and Bob Learn were both there that day. And I said, the way a professional's bowling ball gets through the first 20 feet of the lane is so different than anybody else's. And you could see it sitting that close. You could see the way the ball sees the front part of the lane. It is just so different. And he looked at me with that little smile that he's got on his face. And he said, it's pretty cool that you sat here and you realize that right now. And he said, what people don't realize is that's the most important part of the lane to navigate.
Absolutely.
You can navigate that part of the lane, you are in good shape.
Yep. When your ball doesn't read or reads it smoothly, the front 16 feet of the lane, the rest of the lane can become a piece of cake.
Yeah. Yep.
We talk about that all the time. Walking up and down, whether it's qualifying or whether it's a TV show, we're trying to figure out where the ball needs to read. And a lot of times that's all in that front 15 to 20 feet is we need to see either a change of direction or not.
Right, exactly.
To get the final outcome at the pins. So,
and a lot of that,
exactly right.
Even for people at home, you know, you're going to say, well, it'd be nice if I had a pair of eyes behind me. Most of the time, your eyes are not so much you're not going to see or focus it when you're at the foul line, but it's how your ball ultimately goes through the pins.
Yep.
It's really painting a picture of what the lane is doing.
Sure.
And you might get caught up in the moment. You might get handcuffed a couple of shots because you can't see it. And, well, let's face it, your local bowlers that are averaging 10 or 20 pins less than you, they may not pick up on it immediately, you know. But if you look at that after a while, that ball is definitely telling you something, and it's trying to talk to you. So what you do with it at the end of the day is really up to you.
There's so many times where we see people that say, oh, this lane is tight. You know, for example, this lane is tight. I can't get the ball to wrinkle at the back end. And it's not because it's tight. It's because it's used up all its energy up front, and it's just used everything up, you know. So it's the opposite. You know, a lot of times we're moving people to weaker balls or shinier balls or pearl or whatever, and they're like, there's no way this is going to work.
Right.
In reality, it's just taking a part of the lane that's just destroying their ball reaction and using it where it needs to be used. So it's, you know, once again, it's what you see from back here that you can't see from the foul line.
It is true.
Correct.
This young man on lane 38, I don't know who he is, but his reaction on 37 surprised the heck out of me a few minutes ago. I thought that ball was through the nose for sure, and it set and it went through the pins like a bomb, and it was crazy.
His ball's reading his lane really, really good right now.
Yes. Folks, he's just to the right of your screen right now as you're looking. Here I talk.
Well,
way to go. You black
okay,
clouded him.
you gave him the kiss of death there.
I never said anything about having the front 7 strikes. All I said was it was ball was reading the lane. It's pretty. Actually, you said that.
It appears that is Jordan Monins.
Okay.
He's bowling with Chris Wiley.
Okay.
Yeah, and that ball came off the spot pretty hard.
Yeah, it did. That's exactly what I expected to see on this lane over here a few minutes
it
ago.
just sat there?
And it just sat there.
And you know what's really funny is, though, as much as it came off the lane, the spot hard, that actually picked up a little bit sooner.
It did.
Where the one before floated through it.
Yeah.
So we don't know that
I
he
bet he
didn't hit
picks
that one.
this.
Don't bet on that, Dennis.
I've bet on wrong things before.
Okay. All right.
So Chris Wiley up on 38. He's, like I said, from Freeport. He was a graduate of Freeport High School. I think they were state champions or state runner-up that year. That's the Freeport Pretzels from where we come from. They would have won that championship in this building.
Nice.
Very talented team.
Yep.
Very talented bowler that Christopher is. I think he lives in the Quad Cities now, and he's a pretty talented product right there.
Got a little sigh of relief on that one.
Yeah.
You think?
This is game number 2, folks, and that's pretty far left already, I would say.
I was thinking the same thing.
I think.
Where is he going to go come game 6, 7, and 8 when he's already at 25?
Right.
Yep. I mean, I did see a couple of them. One last name Tackett. I didn't see him bowl this morning. I didn't see EJ bowl this morning, but I saw Zach loft in the left gutter on the second block, and probably earlier than he should have. But they ended up well in the standings. They're doing just fine. So.
Well, even EJ this morning, game 2 or 3 was quite a bit left.
Yeah.
But he's EJ.
Right.
I was just going to say, let's look at the name.
Yeah.
You know, there are times when you look at the player, you look at this guy, you look at that style, and then you go, oh, that's EJ Tackett.
Well, I mean, we do the same. You do the same thing with DJ Archer. I mean, you know where he's going to play the lane. You know he's going to slow hook it. You just got to have the right ball in his hand to do it, and he did. Again today too. So. And they're in second place, I believe, after the combined. This is DJ's first time bowling this tournament, if I remember him. Yeah, he told me he had never come out here for this tournament, but he got talked into it this year. Always watching from afar.
You didn't have to worry about sigh of relief on that one.
No, that was a pretty good shot.
That's a good shot.
Folks, we thank you for joining us here tonight. We've got quite a night ahead of us yet, 6 more games. The squads have been taking approximately 5 hours, and we started at 7:30-ish, I believe. So we're probably looking at between 12:30 and 1 o'clock to finish us tonight. Back for an 8 o'clock start tomorrow morning.
I can tell you where I'm going to be.
I was going to say, I
yep.
say Parker's probably not going to be with me at that point.
Nope.
Jeff probably
Nope.
not you either as
No
well.
chance.
I mean, you talk about how early the seniors get up to go bowl and when they're out there, but that's because they go to bed early too. It's not.
Yeah.
That's not because of that. So, I got Mike here with me somewhere. He's running around, probably monitoring us, and.
Well, that'd be good.
We're
By
good.
the time you guys get done, you can go down the street and go get a cup of coffee and donut and come back in and,
yeah,
and
basically.
start everything up again.
We've got an 8 o'clock start tomorrow morning. We've got a 2 o'clock start in the afternoon. That'll complete the qualifying. Top 46 teams come back tomorrow night at 7:30 for 5 more games. Objective to be in the top 12 for Sunday's start at 9 o'clock in the morning for 12 match games with bonus pins. No step ladder. We're going to crown a champion at the end of 12 games. That was interesting.
Did you see that?
Yeah. Couldn't see it off camera, folks, but there was a Greek church, right-handed Greek church, 6-10 straight back. Something comes out of the pit, gets the 9, almost rolls over into the 4-7.
Sent it the right direction.
Yep, he
for
did.
sure.
He's trying to anyway.
So since 2/3 of us are PBA 50, Parker, you've seen the PBA 50 schedule.
I have.
It's much better travel conducive this year. Your thoughts?
It's definitely much better travel conducive. You know, there's from personal standpoint, there's a little stickler there with the fact that our PBA World Series, PBA 50 World Series is going on exactly the week of Junior Gold.
I was wondering when that was going to happen and whether it was during that period of time, but yeah.
You know,
And
but
junior gold is Indy.
Indy.
right.
Yeah.
You know, last year I was able to squeeze over there. It was an hour and 15 minutes away from where the kids were bowling. This year it's going to be every bit of 3 hours plus from Indy for me to get up there. So I'll say I'm not sure where that's going to fall into my cards yet.
Yep.
But looking at the schedule and looking at the way that everything's going to unfold, it looks like it's going to be an exciting season for sure.
Agree.
It's all going to happen relatively quick, you know, because things aren't really going to take place until June.
Correct.
And then it's all going to be wrapped up by the end of August. So
It's going to be fun for sure. And they, like you said, they do cram a lot in. And for the people that are watching, you know, you look at the schedule and you see 3 days off here or 2 days off here. I'm telling you, there are regionals stacked right in the middle of that. So if you want to bowl literally every day, from the time we land in the Midwest until the time we end in Florida, you bowl every day. And there's opportunities to do a lot of stuff during that.
Exactly. You can, the month of July is 31 days. Well, I'm going to say it this way. You probably could bowl all 31 days if you're entered in the right events at the right time and are fortunate enough to continue to partake in those, the opportunistic days.
That is correct.
So a schedule like that doesn't happen by accident. Is there a players committee, PBA 50-wise, where he just was trying a different ball there? That's all he was doing.
Oh, it was a fill ball.
Yeah, he gave away a few sticks, but that's all he was trying to do. That was a Zen, I believe, that he had in his hand just then.
Went to a Zen, yep.
So and it jumped. But is there a players committee that says, here's what we would like to see, and then they go out and try to make it happen? How does that work?
I don't believe there's a players committee when it comes to the schedule. I think that is the PBA office staff, and, well, hats off to John Weber. He's trying to put all those pieces of the puzzle together with the facilities that come on board with, you know, very possible local sponsorships.
Got it.
That come in tune. So, you know, that's got nothing to do. Well, maybe Jeff is on there, but I don't think that. I'm not even going to put Jeff into that one. Jeff helps me with my ball going down the lane. I don't think he's got anything to do with the schedule.
I have nothing to do with the schedule, although I did have some questions about travel times and stuff like that that I led, you know, my opinion to that. So, but obviously I have no influence. That lands from John Weber and what they do. The Players Committee, you know, is involved, but it's more, you know, intricate stuff on how the tournaments are run and any rule type stuff.
Gotcha.
But not involved with the schedule, to my knowledge.
Was anybody asking for a World Series of bowling for the 50 and over guys? Or where did that idea come from?
Yeah, no, I think that's been discussed for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I think years before, it was before I was 50, Red Wing, Minnesota at a casino of some sort hosted some sort of World Series. It was very popular, and that's been talked about for the last few years. I think in an effort to get us more events and not have to move hotel rooms and fly to the next spot or drive to the next spot and keep it all in one central location. Let's be honest, we don't even have to move the PBA truck during that whole time.
Well, sure.
So, I mean, the expense of that alone
It's going to be awesome.
is good. That's
It's going to be
a great
awesome.
event, and there's a lot of money added to Dave Small's place.
Yep.
So.
Well, guys, we're wrapping up in front of us here with game number 2. What I'm going to do is bring us back into the booth for a little bit while we switch some lanes here. These guys are on schedule out here. It's really weird how one squad can get so out of whack as the last squad did. We had like, let's just say 37 and 8 might be in the 6th frame, and somebody would be starting on 35 and 6 in the same game.
I'd probably say slow bowling has something to do with that along the way.
Slow bowling, but it would be like pairs of 3 pairs in a row. So we were thinking maybe somebody courteous-wise out there taking a lot of time, and then the pairs around them.
Well, right. It doesn't. When I say slow bowling, it doesn't have to be that there's a particular player that takes forever. It could be that there's somebody that's waiting 4, 5, or 6 lanes away because he doesn't want to get up because his friend's on the approach.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You know, so in Compass, it slows everybody up.
Right.
You also could have, let's face it, there's a lot of strikes being thrown around here. All it takes is 1 or 2 teams that are struggling a little bit that can't quite see it.
Yep.
And although it, don't get me wrong, 360 sounds like a pretty good game sometimes. You're going to look and say, well, maybe I'm losing 10 or 20 pins at the field. No, you're losing 100 pins at the field.
Yep.
Okay, so 360 is not a good game here.
Right.
But if they're 360-ish, there's a lot of frames that they're throwing 2 balls down there.
Yeah.
So in essence, you have one team bowling 2 games and you have another team bowling 3.
Sure, good
Right.
point.
Right.
I think in addition is these guys realize it's going to be after midnight when they get done. I don't think they're being real patient. They want to get done at midnight versus 2 in the morning also. So.
Yeah, they're going.
It'll make a difference to the ones who actually do stick around for tomorrow, but
Correct.
they get to sleep for a little while too, and the rest of them will go home. So I mean, it's interesting just to see some of this and how it all works. But right now, so far on this squad, it's working pretty good. We've got some folks already reporting to their next pair. We'll get you back out there as soon as they're done. Guys, I appreciate you sitting around here with me. Mike's down there chit-chatting, and he's having a good time. But
are you sure that's what he's doing down there?
Yeah, he's down there
I thought maybe he's
chit-chatting.
on vacation.
No, he's doing just fine. So, with Lee out there bowling tonight, and I got a chance to see him throw a ball over here, and the first one went Brooklyn and didn't carry, so I don't know. Mike asked me if Lee was going to go plus this year, and I said yes, but I don't know. We'll see. It's fun to come up here, though. I haven't been in – I work with Mike once in a while. There was a time when I was working with him 2 or 3 times a year and whatnot. He called me about a week and a half ago, and I happen to have this weekend open. Next week I'm in Las Vegas. I leave on Sunday. I'm out there for one of the 2 collegiate tournaments that's at South Point, the ones that are back-to-back out there.
Tier ones, 2 tier ones.
Yeah, 2 tier ones in a row. Yep. So
Nice.
I'll be out there working that tournament and come back on Friday, I think, the following week. So, and then I'm back to Vegas again on the 5th of January for the last part of Team USA trials.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So that'll be awesome to be part of that this year.
That's definitely an exciting time. I was out there to watch the kids participate in that last year. They're all going out to bowling again this year.
Well, I noticed
So-
their names on the list, so I'm looking forward to that.
So I've got to put my hat on and go out there and be
And
the,
ball rep?
the dad ball rep hat.
Yeah.
I'll see. I'll talk to my daughter and see if she wants to listen to
go.
me if I tell her to use that purple hammer.
So that's interesting because if you have that going on, then you're there for both squads on the day too. It's not just.
Thanks.
Yeah, those are long days.
I just happened to be able to think about that. So I get there mid Thursday. So I'll see if they do it the way they normally do it. The guys bowl in the morning, first 1, 3, and 5 on those days, and the women bowl in the morning on Tuesday and Thursday, or the 2 and 4 days. So I will see the women bowling on the half day that I get out there, and then I'll be able to watch them both flip for Friday and Saturday.
That is an amazing week of
I've
bowling. There's
bowled it
talent crazy.
I've bowled it twice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I bowled in 1977. No, 1987. Sorry,
Oh, 77.
Yeah.
Wow.
Whoa.
Stop for a second. I could be. I was out of high school. I could have bowled it. 1987. Sorry, 1987 was in Detroit, and then I bowled in 2000. So 13 years separation between the two. But yeah.
What'd you
And
take so many years off for?
Well, so in '87 I qualified because of the Armed Forces. I won the Armed Forces Championships that year, and we got an automatic bid into Team USA National Finals back at that time.
Very nice. Very nice.
And then in 2000 I won the New York State Amateur Championship and went back out because each state amateur championship got.
Could you not enter it on your own those other 12 years?
They didn't. No, you had to qualify for it back at that time.
Ah. Well,
There
that's
was not a direct entry in.
then that explains it clearly why I didn't bowl for it. I couldn't win anything locally.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. I was trying to do something out on tour, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And back at that time, professionals couldn't bowl that.
Correct.
So, yeah, the '87 qualifier was the year that Mark Lewis won, and then went to Seoul for the Olympics for the exhibition sport in '88.
That had to be very, very exciting.
It was
Absolutely.
fantastic. We were at Thunder Bowl and at Taylor Lanes. in Detroit.
Detroit.
That's where the tournament was.
Last year was the first time I had went to team trials. I had bowled the RPI at South Point, and I was asked by Brunswick to come over and help, do a little bit of ball repping. And I was kind of blind to the scope of how big that is, and I walk in, and the talent from high-level professionals to, beginning collegiate players, I was floored how much talent
there's a lot of talent on the floor there.
There is.
Yep.
Yep, and don't get me wrong, there's some up-and-comers that are really learning early stages. They got youth on their side, they're 15, 16, 17, they're out there bowling it, and no, they're not going to compete, let me say, like A.J. Johnson, so to speak.
Correct.
But when you sit there and you look at him, A.J. he was down on that list too at one point.
Absolutely.
And worked his way up.
Yep.
So.
And to watch the pictures as you walk into the hall and see all of the talent of all the teams that have been there and whatever, it's an impressive, it's an impressive thing. And if you're in Vegas during that first week of January, it's worth going to see.
It's at the Gold Coast this year.
Yep.
The guys' field has been sold out for a while. There's a waiting list. The girls' field still has some spots left in it, from what I understand. But I think it's awesome that, if you think about it, none of those bowling centers in Las Vegas are small. And for them to be able to sell out a field like that for something like this, that there's basically no prize money at all for.
Right.
You get a little bit if you lead a squad on
You're
a day,
bowling
but
for
it's
prestige.
Yeah, it is all prestige. And there's a lot of people running around that would tell people that nobody cares about that anymore. And I would say maybe the level under those bowlers out there don't care about prestige anymore, but there are people in this country who still do.
You know what? The people that bowl that event, they're there for one reason, to wear the red, white, and blue.
Yep.
And how cool is that?
Yeah.
It is very, very honorable to put on the red, white, and blue.
I agree.
When you are representing your country, and it's not just for bowling, everybody. I don't care what sport it is or what opportunity you have. When I've been around the certain areas and I've watched certain things that go on, and the Olympics are the main thing that everybody watches on TV. When we have one of our Olympiads that's wearing the red, white, and blue, participating or has that chance to be up at the top, wholeheartedly, you know that the vast majority of all your friends and family are rooting for them.
Absolutely.
It was always fun to be involved in that. I'll be honest with you. It was great there were 4 of us, 4 men and 4 women from the armed forces that got to go. And we also got to bowl the Masters that year as a direct entry from the Armed Forces Championships. Cool. So it was a lot of fun. The Masters that year was in Niagara Falls at the Convention Center. We starting game number 3. Did I change the graphic? I don't think I did.
Nope. You're on 2.
You're slipping here.
No, I'm not.
Well, you remembered about it.
Yep.
The better question, have you had results yet?
No, and that's typical for this point.
Okay. It takes about 3 games, right?
Yeah, we are in game 3.
And then they fly in.
And it just takes time to get the squads set up. I don't know if they put the names in first and then put lane numbers in, or they probably put them in as so that they're in order of lane assignments. And because they are doing the random draws for lane assignments, it takes a little bit to get the squad kicked off. But you can see, you can see the combined standings for the last 2 squads on the Twitter feed, and I believe that they've got it up on the Facebook page right now for Holiday Doubles. Mike had a combined standings earlier, and it looked like there were, I can't remember how many, I think 13 or 14 that were above 400 over.
It might be higher than that. It might be 15 that were above 400.
It could be that.
But the scores definitely are a little bit lower than last year for whatever reason.
The way I look at that is, let's see where they are come tomorrow night about 7 o'clock.
Absolutely.
Right. All right, so I haven't been able to pay a whole lot of attention to the chat, guys, because my phone froze on me, and Parker's sitting in front of the computer and doesn't seem to want to operate the computer.
I'm not touching it. If I do, though, nobody will be watching anything at home.
Nico was watching, and he was critiquing me so far. So he said, could the monkey in the truck please flip to game 3 of 8 instead of 2 of 8?
There you go.
Okay.
We're
Well,
only
Nico, all I can say is at least you had my back. I said that you forgot to do that.
And then Nico says, can we fire the monkey in the truck? So I don't know. Mike might not like this, but I can ask him. We could, maybe we should just shut the stream down. I don't know.
Oh,
What do you
no,
think?
that would be bad.
No, I think, Nico, you got to give him a little bit of slack there, buddy.
Yeah.
Because if you shut the stream down, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be a little upset.
So
I'm also pretty sure that Mike usually is the one that flips that. So
he is, and it's hard for me to do this with my left hand. I'll be honest with you.
get
I'm
it.
not. I don't like the touchpad anyways, but to do it with my left hand.
Here, if you want me to pick it up
No,
and
don't
move
do
it,
that. Don't do that. You're going to shut the stream down.
I'm only going to put it over in front of you.
Yeah, no. Don't do
Trying
that.
to look it out for your
Yeah,
best
I know.
interest.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking back at some of the things in the chat because I can't see it from over there, and like I said, my phone had frozen on me. See if there's any question for you guys.
I don't know about question for us guys, but I'm going to go down there and watch some boys throw probably about 4 or 5 shots, and
All right.
I'm going to be out of here.
There you go.
Sounds good. Dan Schmerbach is sending you congratulations. Well deserved, Jeff.
Thank you very much.
Well, Parker, I appreciate you sitting down with us for a little while there. That worked out good. I know you spent some time with me in the booth last year, and I thought it was kind of fun that you did that. We don't get to talk. We talk often enough, but we don't get to talk very often. And I'll see you in Vegas, obviously, again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll sneak in for a frame or two if I'm anywhere around here and I got the time permitting.
Now you realize that when you shoot 300 games, you have to come after the 300 game and get a gift.
You have to go to the Christmas tree and pick a
Oh, that's
present.
right. I got that last year.
Yeah, and you get to come over here and open the
so
present.
that leads up. So
Yeah.
he'll get into the booth, I'm pretty sure.
probably.
At some point, he'll get to get his gift and get into the booth and open his gift. So.
Well, I'll tell you what. If that's the main reason to get back to the booth, I sure hope I get to see you a lot tomorrow and the next day.
That's a good reason to get in the booth. You're right.
You know, if we become like really close 3 or 4 times during the rest of this tournament, I'll be all right with that.
That's right.
Well, I kind of went back through, and there were a few questions in there, but a couple of guys called you the GOAT.
Calling me the GOAT.
Yeah, they kept. Hey, Parker, I grew up watching you and all the greats from the 80s and 90s. You are my all-time favorite bowler, fellow lefty. His name are Sub-Zero.
Well, I appreciate it very, very much.
Are you wearing a Christmas-style jersey tomorrow?
No. I don't even know what jersey I'm going to wear tomorrow.
That doesn't surprise me, to be honest with you. That you're not going.
I'll look at my son. I'll say, what are we wearing?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got into I'm bowling with a fellow old guy, and we got into the room, and he takes his jersey out. He said, I brought a pink jersey. Did you bring anything pink? So.
The one thing I can tell you this, not knowing what color it'll be, it will be I Am Bowling, and it'll have Brunswick on it.
Absolutely.
That you can guarantee.
Same.
Yep. You know I'm active with BVL. We've talked about this many times. I came out to work with you at your tournament on BVL.
Yep.
I had the privilege of serving now on the BVL board with Corey Dykstra. And I'm telling you what a great experience that is. That guy is an awesome guy.
Sharp cookie right there.
Very sharp. And to have him in that room, him and Jay Buell from Cubica, AMF, the dynamic in the room changed in that boardroom so much by just having those two guys sitting at the table, and that's fantastic for us. I expect big things out of BVL this year. So that's.
Well, you got to remember that they're in control of running certain industry or companies within our industry like that, not by coincidence.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'm just happy that they looked at us as something worthy to do. I mean, for themselves, obviously Corey's got a little bit of a tie to us right now because Zeke is a plebe at Annapolis, so he's first year at Annapolis right now. He got to come with us to the ceremonies at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington Cemetery for Veterans Day.
Oh,
So
there you
that
go.
was really nice. Yep, got to carry the American flag for BBO and in uniform, and that was pretty cool to see all that.
That is really, really cool. That's got to be just, you know, you want to talk about something to put you over the top. The feeling that you feel right then and there.
Yep.
I mean, chills go through me when I watch certain things that happen, and there is no question that those individuals that are standing tall in uniform, carrying, the stars and stripes, doing what they need to do, that's got to be a feeling beyond belief.
Running them out.
Well, boys, I think I'm going to let you take care of it all from here.
Okay, sir. Thanks again for your time.
Parker, see
You're
you
welcome.
in the morning.
You as well. Good luck tomorrow.
Yep, you too.
Go out there and bowl well. And
Maybe
and,
maybe if we draw correctly, we'll cross together.
we might be able to do it. But one thing that I think we're going to need to do is I think the two of us together are going to have to bring an extra cup of coffee for this guy right here. Because I don't think he's getting much sleep tonight.
Probably not a whole lot of sleep tonight, and
No.
and I do drink coffee in the morning, and it's not difficult. It's just black coffee. So
We can do that.
Okay,
We
well.
can load you up.
all right.
We'll bring a big carafe and just clunk.
Yep.
There you go.
All right.
All right, everybody.
Thank you,
Have
sir.
a great night.
Yep.
See you, Parker. So the question is, do you think Mike's going to fill that spot, or do you think who he's talking to right now is going to fill that spot?
Oh, that's a good question. It could very well be Shannon.
I
don't
think
know
so.
for sure, but it could very well be her. So we'll
Right.
see. We'll see what happens. I love it when he sits in here. I asked him last year about the difference between the dad relationship and the coach relationship
Right.
when it comes to kids as talented as his are. You know, the dynamic. I'm a high school coach, and I see how some parents interact with their kids, and I'm watching even a couple of, in our conference down there, I'm seeing some parents who lead kids away from their coaches sometimes, you know what I mean, and lead them in a different direction.
Correct.
And so I know that dynamic has to be there, but he's still dad, and I know they get pissed at him. I know they do.
I have the greatest life lesson Parker Bone story that you
Okay.
may ever hear.
Okay.
And I'll leave you with this. So we're in, and you guys talked about Bill Moore's basement,
Yeah.
and we bowled the PBA 50 finals in that facility. Great host, great facility, and we were there a couple days prior to the TV show last year, and Parker and I and a bunch of us are, gathering on the other side of the glass, and Brandon and Justin and Sydney and a group of other people are out there just bowling, and it was either Brandon or Justin came out, but they said, "Dad, I just got done shooting 107 pins," which you must have told him to do or whatever. He says, "What do you want us to do now?" And Parker looked at him, he says, "I want you to shoot 100 big fours." And they're like, "What?" He says, "I want you to shoot 100 big fours." Now at Bill Moore's place, like the new GSX
Right,
machines,
right.
you just type in, you want to set 4, 6, 7, 10, and it'll just set it. So off they go. And I'm just being honest, I know Parker never did. I know I never did. We never watched them shoot one of those big fours, So, 40 minutes goes by or 30 minutes goes by, and they come back out and says, "Okay, now what?" And he said, "Did you do that?" And he says, "Yeah." He says, "Well, what did you do?" He says, "We shot 100 big fours, And he says, "Well, how many did you pick up?" He says, "Well, we didn't pick up any." And he looked at him and he said, "The next time we're at a tournament and you leave the big four, and I tell you to pick up two, because you're not going to pick it up if you try to pick it up."
Yep.
And the light bulbs go off. It's like, Oh, yeah, you're not going to pick up the big four.
Yeah.
And there's the life lesson from dad to kids.
Yep.
Yep.
You know, because you're just not going to pick up the big four. So just get 2. Junior gold, junior league. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
Get 2.
So, Mike, there were some folks in the chat that want us to fire the monkey in the truck.
What's that mean?
Well, so we were 2 frames into game 3, and I hadn't switched it to game 3 over here yet. And it's
Yeah.
difficult to do it left-handed, by the way.
Okay.
When Parker's sitting in front of this thing. I'm reaching over here to do it. So Nico is in here. Hey, monkey in the truck, can you flip to game 3 of 8? It still says 2 of 8, should be 3 of 8. Can we fire the monkey in the truck? That was
Okay.
3 different messages from him.
All right.
So we said we wondered if Mike would get upset if we just shut the stream down.
Oh, okay. Nice. Did you guys go over game 2 standings?
I haven't
We
gotten
haven't
them.
seen any standings.
We don't have anything printed. So we got one on the screen over here. Oh,
Oh.
so Mike Flanagan and A.J. Rice
no.
in first place at 199 over.
What Flanagan is that, I wonder? I don't even know.
I should know the first name.
And I saw earlier it is not Sean Rash and Tommy Jones.
You're right.
correct? Okay.
Yeah, it was Gid Rash and somebody Jones.
Okay.
That's one thing they've done. We have not gotten like a lane assignment sheet or anything.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's been very difficult.
Well, yeah, but they don't tell us what lanes are on, and they don't tell us who's
you're right.
bowling with who,
Okay.
so we could figure some stuff out. So in second place, this is after game 2, folks, as you can see up on the screen. In second place, Lambert and Wolf at 197. 191 in third, Wiley and Monins. That's pretty tight at the top of the standings there for 3 spots within 8 pins of each other. 10 pins behind Martel and Garcia in 4th place, and then there's the drop, White and Cherpinski, 142 over in 5th place. And round out the top 10, it's Ceramic and Denton, Timmerman and Lamond, Pate and Lloyd. And Nick didn't look like he started out very good in this first game down here, but they're bowling okay right now at 135 over. Johnson, McLean in 9th place, and Schaefer and Matson, a pair of lefties, round at the top 10. So we have 12 teams that are 100 over or better after 2. That's a 225 average. Let's look back at
Pretty good group right there.
yeah. Let's look back at the last squad and see what we had after game 2. And we had
Whoa.
20 teams that were 100 over on the last squad. So I don't know if we're talking. Strength of squad here or what, but I know that we saw 157. We saw a 157 over on the very first game on 37-8 last squad. So that B squad must have been fairly strong. At any rate, nobody 200 over, and at this point, last squad we had 3 teams at 200 over. So there's our scoring pace for the squad starting out.
And we just saw 290 down on the second stream pair. I had it up here for a second as well. John Flanagan is bowling with A.J. Rice, okay.
Yeah.
Not spelled with an H, though, or
Nope.
a double N or an I,
Well, it doesn't matter.
but that's okay.
Just add some letters in.
They
I
do
don't
it
have a
all the
problem
time.
with it. Yeah. Yeah.
How was the Parker Bone visit?
He's
Good.
so boring to listen to. I tell you what,
He
you know,
is pretty
just
boring.
sit him here, and he's so monotone, and everything's all from the left side. It's all about left-handers for him. It's
Yeah.
not about nothing else, nobody else. Wanted to talk about his knee hurting, and I mean,
Hey,
Yeah, that-
Rich Fetch wants to know how's Lee doing.
we don't know.
I'm sure he's bowling like shit.
Well, I saw the very.
Hey Jeff, when you came up, why were you looking for Lee?
Because you told me during the first squad, you says when you need to get here, you need to look for Lee and
Yeah.
you need to introduce yourself.
Yeah.
So I got here,
Where's Lee?
came to the table. Where's Lee?
Yeah, he's wearing a Christmas jersey out there right now. I saw the first shot down here that he threw a while ago, and it crossed over and didn't carry. So I don't know if that's a good.
See,
It's the curse of the Christmas jersey. You can't
Jeff,
do
just
that.
to give you the insight on Lee Boudouris, and everybody does love him, and Adam Barta picks on him, and I pick on him. It's just part of the charm. It's like, I don't know. We don't really mean it, but I kind of do sometimes. But anyway, with Lee, He just showed up one day and just sat in the booth. Said, "Can I sit here?" Like this is like 10 years ago. I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine, man." Next thing you know, he's there with the entire squad, right? And I'm like, "Okay, that's cool." You know what I mean?
Right.
Then he like shows up the next day. You need me? Oh, okay, all right. Next year, sends me a message. What's my shifts? What do you need?
Wow.
Yeah. He just took initiative. Talk about somebody making their own dream job.
There you go.
Getting their own job. Hi, Linda. Good.
And he's never left the booth since.
Every year he's in for this event. This morning I get here, I have no idea if he's going to be here. We didn't even talk about it. All of a sudden I show up this morning. I set everything up about 20 minutes before the block. Hey, Mike. Hey, Lee.
How cool is that?
Yeah. He's a one of a kind. It's like this really weird relationship. Like, it's a good one,
Yep.
but it's a weird one,
And this is the only tournament he works with you on.
It's the only one, yeah. Because it's the only local one.
Yeah.
And he always sits all the way down there.
Yep.
Kind of sort of knows the soundboard. And it freaks out anytime I ask him, "Hey, can you click this at the end of this game?"
That's different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he didn't.
No, but Lee is awesome. He's funny.
I can't wait to meet him.
I am really starting to lose it, guys. I saw Liz Johnson on the concourse and went down and gave her a hug, and I'm like, "It's nice to have you back in the tournament." She's like, "I bowled last year."
Yep, she did.
I said, You did?"
Our squad, first squad on Saturday.
She's like, "I bowled last year." And I'm like, "You missed like 3 years." She's like, "Yeah, I did. I was bowling overseas." And I'm like, "But you bowled last year." She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Damn." I'm like, "You guys must not have bowled very good because you didn't make it to Sunday, did you?" She's like, "No, we didn't."
No, because their last name was Johnson, and all the Johnsons bowled horrible.
Yeah, so hopefully they make it into the top 12. They've got a pretty big fan base here in the
Yep.
St. Louis area.
I saw you talking to Shannon. I'm assuming she is not bowling, or Shannon is not bowling, correct?
No, Shannon's
No.
not bowling.
She's hanging out.
Yep.
You can throw a rock at her house from here, kind of.
Yep, you can. We don't have one yet.
Cameron Doyle, Kyle Sherman hanging out in the
Yep.
center. Are you enjoying the time in the booth, Jeff?
I am.
Because here's the deal. I don't know how much booth time you've gotten in the past, but basically, I will never ask you to leave. That is your seat
Well,
as
guess
long as
what?
you want, right?
Guess
so,
what? We're ending this game.
So that's kind of like, you can stay as long as you want.
Yep.
You can say, "Hey guys, I'm gonna walk around and stretch my legs,
Yep.
see what's going on, and then I'll be back." You can do that, or you can say, "Thanks for my time here. It's been awesome. Thanks for having my first on-air interview about the Dick Weber Ambassador Award, and we'll see you tomorrow." That's fine too.
Well,
You make the rules.
There's a few things that are going to happen. The game is ending.
Yeah.
We just got done talking about age, so there's a bladder situation
Okay,
that's about
gotcha.
to happen.
Okay.
And then I have to bowl at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning,
Yeah, he
which means
does.
old guys means we're probably here at 6:45.
Yeah.
Because that's what we do.
Okay.
So it'll be c'est la vie.
Well, that's too bad.
Probably after this.
That's
but
just too bad.
Hey, I appreciate being in here. It's a good gig.
It's great for me because I too have to be here at 6:45, and I too have to be here longer hours than you, but not going through as much physical activity.
Okay. No, it's a.
Instead, I sit here and turn into a whale.
But beyond that, before I take this off, thanks for everything you guys are doing. It's kind of cool to, see. I'm just talking about our bowling center and our pro shop. We're seeing YouTube up this week and seeing a lot of great bowling and great commentary during this. Bringing a great, I don't know if it's the largest, but it's one of the largest doubles tournaments in the country, and it's kind of cool to be able to show this. And
I think
and
it's
that's
the
what's
largest one weekend tournament,
It could
one
be.
weekend doubles tournament in the
Yep.
country, I believe.
And so I thank everything that you guys do. And it's, you know what, it's not like just turning it on and seeing some scrubs. We got professional people right off the bat. So
Yep.
And hey, Mike, thanks for the great quality.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, wait, you want
Wait
to
a
flip
minute.
that?
Let's bring it in.
This great quality inside bowling shirt that we have here. you
Yep.
know?
And you can save 20% and get one for yourself over at InsideBowling.com. It's a holiday doubles sale. Code HOLIDAY gets you 20% off. And then year-round, if you're watching this thing later, bought that little thing down there, right over here,
Yeah.
right there, YouTube saves you 15% year-round.
Sweet.
Yep.
I know that one.
Yep.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Hey, Dick
Nice
Weber
being with you.
Ambassador Award, Jeff Johnson. He's going to go out and be a martyr for the rest of the night.
There you
Leave
go.
our booth. We'll see him in the morning.
Sounds good.
I want to
Later
see
on.
you and Gary make that cut, man.
That's right.
That'd be
no,
good.
Hey, no flat Gary this week, so
Yeah. Okay.
it'll have to be solid Gary. getting you
Solid
there.
Gary. Thanks, Jeff.
Later on, guys.
All right.
There you have it, Jeff Johnson. One of my faves, man. One of my faves. And you just met him right here on the
I
air.
just met him on the air.
Isn't he a great guy?
Yes.
You guys would be homies if you lived in the same area or knew each other for a long time.
I'm sure we would. I'm sure we would. Bluegrass 300. Where in the world can you find an entry form for this event and information?
Well, it's kind of like Fight Club.
It is.
You know, this thing kind of bucks the trend of what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Be organized. Throw that out the window. Make a flyer. No, we don't have to.
No.
Like, seriously, I stopped making a flyer for this.
Yep.
It's not necessary.
And we're not laughing at you, Bluegrass. Dude, I'm telling you, we're not laughing at you.
No.
This tournament, I mean, it's going to when we're done on Sunday, it will be full already for next year.
Yeah. It will be.
It will be full already for next year, so there's no reason for an entry form. The format's simple. Everybody bowls 8 games. We cut to the top 46 because we don't use the end pairs because that's how big this house is.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that was interesting. 35-6 here in front of us. That'll be one to watch over again
I'm going to, like, zoom in on it.
and see what actually happened there.
Yeah.
So yeah, once we know that the squads are full, all it is collecting the money and getting and which is a daunting task of itself. I mean, honestly.
Folks, watch this shot right
Yeah.
here. Here's the replay.
On lane 36 here.
Watch the 7-pin. Boom.
That's crazy.
Back to real time.
Yep.
I got to go swap out a game of graphic on the high end, and then I will be right back.
All right. Well, we are at the end of
Nick Pate here.
game 3. Waiting for some folks to come into these pairs so that we can start the next thing. And Mike's going to go change out a graphic down there. So I guess that for a few minutes I'm going to entertain you with something. So got Nick Pate here wanting to know what the scores are here in this squad, and I had it a moment ago. This is not it.
You can already just say that my partner and I won. We're winning this.
Okay. And I think that's good because then I'll know the winners. So we looked at last squad, and we found out that at this point, after 2 games, there were 19 people that were 100 over or better, and in this squad there's 10. Or 19 teams, and this squad there's 10. So the squad, the pace is half as high as it was last squad. So, yeah. And the high is 199 right now, and the high last after 2, yeah. So. What's the entry fee? I believe that the entry fee is $400. I think it is $200 per person. So, and I don't know. I think that they require a $100 deposit to hold the spot, and they are working towards. It's not required for this year. You work it out with the tournament directors, but they are working towards collecting the money for next year at the year before its tournament, so they don't have to go through all the problems that they have collecting the money just before. There's a long waiting list to get into this tournament, and we just added a 5th squad this year for the first time on Friday morning at 8 o'clock. and it was full and no trouble at all, just from the waiting list. That's 46 doubles teams. So it's another 100 people almost, guys. Yeah, I was right. It's a 400. It's changed a couple of times in the last few years, but I knew that I thought it was right at that. So that's what it is. There's a Facebook page. You can send a message into them on a Facebook page asking to be put on the waiting list, and that's one way to get there. I believe that, and you'll also find email addresses if you'd rather communicate via email. On their Facebook page, there should be an email address for the tournament director to send an email to and reserve your spot as well. I don't think they require a deposit to be on the waiting list. You just pay whenever your name would come up. So we have a little bit of a lull in the action, and before Nico gets on me here, I'm going to switch it over to game number 4. Or at least have it ready to switch to game number 4. And as soon as we have some bowling in front of me, I will show you game number 4 of 8 this evening. As you heard us just talking about right now, it appears that the scoring pace on this squad is a little bit lower than last squad. We'll see what happens whenever it's game 3 standings come out. Remember, the objective is after 5 squads of qualifying to be in the top 46 to come back tomorrow night. They'll bowl 5 more games tomorrow night with all pins carrying over. Objective at that point to be in the top 12 teams. Starting at 9 o'clock on Sunday morning, it'll be 12 teams bowling 12 match play games with 30 bonus pins to add for the winners. You'll see 6 matches going on right here in front of us. It's all on this end of the house where we are right now. It'll be 29 through 32, a dark pair on 33 and 4. We'll use 35 through 38, a dark pair on 39 and 40, and then finish it off with 41 through 44 for the 12 lanes that get used on Sunday during the day.
Dennis, I went and requested a few printouts, so I think we're going to get them. We going into game 4?
I've got it set and ready to go over. I just haven't done anything because, well, we have our first bowlers for game number 4 right now. So,
did I switch it over to 4 down there?
I had done that right there.
I just want to make sure that I did it down. I'm
down
going
there.
to our second feed real quick.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it says
you did.
4. Yeah, I did it. So we're back. We're going here. I actually can't believe it that the cameras are. I mean, I'm jinxing it, but the cameras have actually been not messed with too much.
Right. Right.
What do people want to know about this tournament that's so? Sandra Sears. Hey, Mike. Hope you're doing well and have a Merry Christmas. You as well, Sandra. I'm doing all right. I really don't know how to answer that question anymore, Dennis.
How are you doing? What?
When people say, how are you doing? What are you supposed to say?
Well,
wait a minute. So Daniel says, you quit telling him the schedule when you seen that, Mike. I don't know what he's talking about. Michael Hackett, they don't use entry forms really every year. The teams in the tournament put a deposit down. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, back to that. Anyway, yeah, I don't know what to say when people, hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Yeah, but what does that mean, Dennis?
Well,
really?
I'm fine.
I feel like
I'm just fine.
honestly, and I'm not trying to call you out here right now, but when people say that,
yep,
like I feel like that's not enough.
Okay, that could very well be.
Like, how long of an answer are you supposed to give?
I think it's an icebreaker is all it is. I don't know that there's any thought that processor should go in unless you've got something horrendous to say about how you're doing, and then I guess they don't really want that answer, I would imagine. So, because that's probably not that direction that they would like the conversation to go.
I mean, is it the same? I mean, if somebody comes up to you and it's like, if somebody comes up to me, Shannon O'Keefe just came up to me. Oh my God, it's great to see you. Great to see you too. Haven't seen or talked to you in over 6 months, right? Okay. gives me a hug, and and she's like, "How are you doing?"
Oh,
Thank you, Jerry. I'm doing much better now. Oh yeah, this is the butter.
This has all 3 of the squads on it, but
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's the lane assignment list in order, so when players come through, we can kind of look.
Okay, good.
Okay, this is a combined squads. It's also got this squad through 4 games, but you'll see the 8s are all going to be at the top.
Okay.
So yeah, so Shannon came over and she asked me how I'm doing, and what do you think? What do you think my answer is? How am I doing?
What do I think your answer is?
Yeah. How am I doing?
I don't have the slightest idea. Because I could see it coming from so many different directions.
How am I doing?
How are you doing?
Yeah, well, I've gotten 14 hours of sleep in the last 3 days.
Okay.
I've been broadcasting bowling since 8 a.m. this morning. 40-minute breaks, although you guys have helped me out by filling time in the booth. And I need about 19 hours of sleep because I came to St. Louis early and have been totally overcommitting myself and working a ton.
At this point, you need 19 hours of sleep.
I need 19 hours
What's
of
going to
sleep.
happen in a couple of days?
That's what I mean. I'm gonna be miserable to work with. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to like, but I don't want to lie to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what am I supposed to do? Ready? Ask me how I'm doing.
How are you doing, Mike?
You know what, Dennis? This is great. We're at the holiday doubles tournament. I have my health. We had a full center of bowlers. You know, I can't believe we only have 5 squads. I think we should have 10. We should start this thing like back on Tuesday. We have the demand for it. Jerry does such a great job. The bowling center does such an amazing job. We have an amazing sponsor. I have amazing help with you and Lee and all the guests. The climate in here is absolutely perfect. The food here is awesome. It's about the perfect schedule you would possibly want to work. And the weather outside, even though it's a little frightful, it's not that big of a deal because we're all here together.
Right. By the way, have you gone outside? So earlier today it was beautiful. Whenever I got here, it was absolutely beautiful. And then we were working this afternoon, and all of a sudden I go over by the door, and it's dark outside, and I'm saying, when did that happen? Because you know it happened so early. And then it's cold now. It was nice, and now it's cold outside.
Yeah. Say what now?
To my knowledge, it is, yes.
Derek Madsen getting some coaching up here, wanting to know about what lanes are playing hooking more than the others. But yeah, I really struggle with that question anymore, Dennis, because if you really want to know how I am right now, I am blessed to be alive. I love this tournament. I love the people that I see here. I love you signing up to sit here with me and all those things. But I will tell you right now, my legs hurt. My eyeballs are almost sewn shut. Like I can barely see. And I could fall asleep at any minute. So how am I doing?
You're doing fine, Mike. You're doing fine.
I want the people in the chat to tell us how they're doing. How are you guys doing?
Brett Erickson wants to know if they re-oil after each squad. Yes, and the bowlers are glad that they do, because that would be interesting if we bowled on burn here.
Laura gets me.
Yep.
Laura completely gets me. She goes, people ask me the same thing, Mike, how are you? What's next? I don't know how to answer either. I'm overwhelmed and stressed. You know what? I'm going to start using that.
You're going to say it?
Yeah.
I'm overwhelmed and
Everybody
stressed.
from now on that walks up to me, how are you? I'm overwhelmed and stressed. And smile at them.
Yep.
Who isn't stressed right now living in America, even though it is the greatest country in the world? Seriously. How's your 401k, everybody?
Yeah.
How you need to pull some money out of your house? How's that going to go over right now?
Yeah. Nico wanted to know if we saw the fog. Actually, Nico, a while ago, that's why I couldn't switch from Game 2 to Game 3, because it was foggy on top of the computer, and I couldn't see it. I couldn't see what to do.
Rich fetches Hoff in the chat. Do you know what that is?
No.
So, a lot in today's slang world, all the kids, whenever they see a beautiful person, they call them hot. Oh, he's hot. Oh, she's hot. Right? Like that means
Okay,
gorgeous,
sure.
beautiful, physically attractive. So I decided to put an H on the end of it
Oh,
to just make it that much more hot. But I say hoth.
okay.
You get a little lisp at the end of it, hoth.
So Rich knows that, and
He does know that very
Got it.
much. So
All right.
let's see. Joe Engelkiss, my best friend ever, says I'm almost perfect, but still working on it. I'm guessing Mike is too. That's true. Let's see. Daniel Apple says his 401k is way down. My 401k is in the toilet. My house is a money pit. Looks more like a 201k now.
Yep.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh, man. Oh, good grief. No, Shannon did say to me earlier, she says, you're such a downer right now. I'm like, well, I'm sorry about that. I am happy, though. I mean, there's a lot more good than bad in my life. My electric was shut off 3 times this year, but I don't care. You can go, your neighbor's hoses, if you go and get enough hoses, you can just use their water.
Yeah.
I did it for 6 months. My lawnmower broke. My neighbor down the street, I knew he was going away for the summer. That's used his. I'm very frugal, dude. I don't believe in lettuce. You got grass clippings, man.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's green.
And you also don't have to shred it.
Tell me about it. And I wash it first.
Yeah.
With my neighbor's hose.
Yeah.
Right. Ranch dressing is just mayonnaise and dill
Dillweed.
Yeah, that's all ranch dressing is. So I go and buy the 5-gallon private label, or the cheapo mayonnaise. I just put dill in it. That's my ranch dressing, Dennis.
Okay.
We have secondary water in Utah for the sprinklers. I drink that too.
What's up?
Hi, Jerry. Brandy Buer in the house. Andy Klein in the house. Jerry Mars in the house. This place is busy, man. It's super busy.
Yeah.
You can't really walk to the other end of the building quickly at all.
It'll be worse tomorrow.
It will. Oh, I love it. Michael Ussery says frugality is Hoth. Now we're getting somewhere.
Yep.
Mike, is Bowl TV going to raise price? And if so, will the people already subscribed be grandfathered in to keep the current rate? Now, that's a great question. I can answer that question.
Yep.
Bowl TV is going to be $99.95. If you are already a subscriber, it will renew at that price. If you are not a subscriber and would like to subscribe, you have until December 31st to sign up for the $99.95 special. After then, it will be $119.95 plus subscription surcharge fees that the client charges, which is like $15, I think.
Maestro does that, right?
Yep.
Maestro.
Yep. Let's see. Gus is in the chat. This dude wants to give me sports picks winners. Mike at InsideBowling.com, Gus. Mike at InsideBowling.com. That's how you can send me a message. Let's see. Don't be sorry. It's okay to have a down moment. Don't let the people who tell you you have your health and a roof over your head to guilt you into feeling better. Is PSA taking all my money? The grading card companies, yes, they are. They haven't shown a Game 3 update. Okay, let's see. Okay, we're Saul Rosenberg in the house. Hello, hi. I have all my shoes and my glasses. I was playing with the fireworks left over from the 4th of July, and I blew one off in my hand. Do you remember the Jerky Boys?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, standings after 3. Boy, I go in there and talk to that tournament office. Next thing you know, it starts raining papers out here.
All right, folks, we have a A look at the standings after 3. In first place after 3, plus 273, Martel and Garcia.
That's Nate Garcia and Michael Martell.
In second is Lambert and Wolf at 244, so there's a 30-pin almost, 29-pin difference. Ceramic and Denton in third place, tied with Timmerman and Le Mans, so third and fourth are tied at 219. Fifth is Wiley and Monans, 214. Sixth is Hamilton and Lamp at 202. Seventh is Nick Pate and Lloyd at 199. Eighth is Mike Flanagan and A.J. Rice at 190. Sorry, John. I just have to do that. Ninth is White and Sharpinski at 182. And in 10th place, David and Tim Hyman at 179. Let's look here. At this point, Schaefer and Matson are in 20th place at 109. That would be 20th, and that is after game 3. So looking at last squad, there was a big difference in the last squad versus this squad on where folks were. After game 3, 100 over was 28th. This squad, it's 20th. 200 over was 9th. This squad at 6th.
Is this squad higher scoring? Is that what you're saying?
No, last squad was higher
higher
scoring.
okay.
Yeah. Last squad there was a 344 over and a 292 over at this point, and those are both higher than the high score on the squad so far. So just looking at scoring pace a little bit there.
Yep.
We're not going to be able to continue because we don't have all the papers here anymore. Those seem to walk away sometimes. And
What are you looking for? What do you
I was
need?
looking for a 4, probably a 4 and a 6.
Yeah, some of them didn't even get printed and sent out here, though.
Oh, you're right.
That's probably the issue.
You're right. And here's a 6 that was second page or 7th. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, we won't be able to do that every game, but it's fun to see where we are at any given time.
Hey, Dennis and Mike, glad you guys do these broadcasts. Just say I'm tired and still excited to see the results. First of all, don't lump Dennis into this. This is just me, who is like a zombie right now. Rich wants to know, how's Dennis doing?
Dennis is doing, I said fine, right?
Yeah,
I'm still fine.
See, and I hate people like you.
I'm still fine.
I hate you, Dennis, because
I know.
Hey, how you doing? Fine. Oh, okay, cool. All right, have a good day. See you later. You're like a little bird outside, just chirping.
Yep,
oh,
I'm just
fine.
chirping.
I'm fine.
I do chirp every once in a while too, by the way.
What if somebody then looks you dead in the eyes and says, "How are you doing?" Then what happens? Do you come back with, "Fine"?
I would take my glasses off like I just did, and I would say, "Let's sit down and talk."
See, that's what I want.
Yeah.
I would rather have one 30-minute conversation
Yeah.
and connect with someone and really get a person's perspective on the world than talk to 100 people and hear, "Fine, good, and you?" Okay. I'm just all over it, man.
Yep.
I am turning into Reader's Digest.
So you would rather the conversation go, you say, "Hi, Dennis." I say, "Hi, Mike. What do you think of the election?"
Something like that. Give me a topic.
And right there off the spot. I mean, just to start with.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would say, Dennis, that's one of the few topics I'm not really that into,
Right.
because I go so hardcore at things that I would probably not watch sports anymore and not watch bowling or be involved, because I would just be all politics all the time. So I kind of just stay out of it.
Yeah.
I respect people's opinions, but when it comes to politics, I don't have a whole lot of an opinion. I typically like the candidate's personality and what I see, and that's what I go after.
What you just said was, and I had that almost exact thought last night. So there's been a lot of complaining about the world that we live in right now, just economic conditions and all the different stuff that's going on. And whoever you blame for it, that's one thing. But over Thanksgiving, I found a West Wing marathon.
Okay.
And it was, four seasons over 4 days. And I'm almost at the end of season number 4 again. I used to love that show. And I was looking at it, and I'm sitting there, and I'm hearing them discuss policies and procedures from both sides. And I'm not going to tell anybody here where I'm at politically. That's not my point by doing this. But I'm looking at the characters in the show, and I'm saying, I can't say this about anybody that I know that's elected to public office right now, but I like all those people, that I was watching on TV. And it's only because you get to know them as people, and it's not because we never get to see
That's true.
their personalities and how the people are really that we elect to public office. We see the results of what they do to us, and I say do to us because I think that's what they are doing.
Yeah.
But we never get a chance to know them and it's very possible that my opinion about some of those folks could be dead wrong.
True.
It could be.
Because it's based off what facts or what things you're told. Yeah, I agree.
I hate it when it looks to me like they disrespect us and think that we're stupid.
Yeah.
But again, that's all perception. It's just by what they do. So I mean, I love it. So.
Was working earlier, couldn't keep up his Parker bowling. Yes, tomorrow. That's quite impressive to bowl that well while commentating on the stream. Parker is first shift tomorrow. I wasn't here either, but how does the cut work? Well, all the squads combined will cut to the top 46 for tomorrow night's Cashers round, and then the top 12 from there will make it to the round-robin match play on Sunday morning. Let's see, I wasn't here earlier, but oh, never mind. Thanks, John Willick. Dennis, are you still coaching high school?
Absolutely, I am. I don't know if you guys saw my my hoodie that whenever we were in the booth a while ago, but when next time we're in the booth, I'll point it out to you guys again. I am wearing a Missouri State High School Championship hoodie right now, and that's because my Jackson High School team.
Humble brag.
Yep, absolutely. Look at this. I'm proud of them. I've got pins on the back that's got all the kids' names on it that were on the team and the two coaches. It's such a fun thing to do, and those kids are so much fun to work with.
And they appreciate every bit of it.
I know they do. I know truly that they do. It was funny watching a tournament last weekend in our area, and there's 5 kids out there on different teams, all spread out, bowling with adults now that came from my program. And I'm looking at, and 4 of them are in college right now around the country, different colleges. So.
Yeah, these donut shirts are making people want a donut.
Yeah.
Derek Matson's throwing an old but favorite Teal Rhino Pro. Jeff Usry's famous quote after asking how he's doing, exceptionally mediocre. Yeah, that's true. Dennis for president in 2024?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'll run with you.
Yeah?
Yeah. Everybody will like me like Sarah Palin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dennis talked to Mike about fast food. I guess that's to try to get me in a better mood.
Maybe.
I love fast food, dude.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I was running the senior tournament from Missouri in October for 3 weekends, and we'd get done fairly late on Saturday night, and I'd have to go out and try to find something to eat after that was all over with, and that's what it would end up being most of the time is whatever I could find there. I think one evening we made it to Applebee's, did the dance outside, and then went inside.
Yep. You guys have a date night, Oreo shake with some whipped cream on the top two straws, one shake.
See, you missed the opportunity to sing just then, and there are those that were asking for it earlier. So
I know. Jason Schaefer out there throwing pins around.
I think he would have liked to throw them around a little bit better in the 3rd and the 6th frame. I don't know for sure.
That's true. That's true. Glad you're with us, everybody. I don't even know how many people are watching.
I was going to look a while ago when we had Parker and Jeff in here. But
we got 560-something people watching.
That's not bad.
No.
I think you're right about the work day. I think a lot of people do watch at work when they get a chance to do so.
I do too. Steak and Shake, Jeremy, my man Jeremy. Look, I got to tell you, I love Jeremy. We spent time together. I don't even know if it's the same Jeremy. Is this the same Jeremy? I don't think it is the same Jeremy. Never mind. Good song by Pearl Jam, though. Anyway, Jeremy Coulter, Steak and Shake. Yes, I do love Steak and Shake. I literally had to listen to Kiss from a Rose last night. Weston Hawk did. That was because I played it on a stream, right? What's 569 and 576? What are they talking about?
I don't know.
Right in front of us? I think I'm also in a whirlwind because there's 46 teams striking at will. There's 92 bowlers in here. And there's like 7 front sevens every game.
Who is Will?
Will Smith.
Oh. I didn't see him on here. I saw Lee Boudouris.
Oh, people on the feed. Yeah. Oh, how's Lee bowling? How are he and Joe Labat doing?
So let's look and see here. This is after. Oh, we gotta go to this page.
You know, JT Jackson was supposed to bowl with me last year.
He did.
Oh, right. Well, he bowled with me last year.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, that's a good point, Dennis. I told you I'm losing it.
Yep.
And then this year he didn't even call me to bowl. Didn't even call me. Should I call him right now?
Yeah.
On the air?
Yeah. You should. Joe Labat and Lee Boudouris plus 44 after 2 games, and I haven't seen.
You guys want me to call JT Jackson right now? I don't know if he's going to answer. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just start calling people. Would you find that insulting, Dennis?
What?
If I just started calling people with you on the air?
No. No, I like telephone calls like this.
Let's figure this out. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. JT Jackson. I'm going to call him. All right, let's see if he answers.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Maybe he's flying in.
3103.
All right,
I was going to say, you probably should give his phone number.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. So he's not available. Who else can we call? Who else do you want to call? Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
Let's call somebody else. We can call Steak and Shake.
Have you ever done the call 2 restaurants and put them on the phone against each other?
No, it sounds like you have.
I have not, but I've seen it. I think I've seen it. I don't have a TikTok account, but I see them on Facebook, so I look at them sometimes. Those, what do you call those? I don't know, reels? Is that what they call them?
Oh, John Flanagan's bowling with Brandon Rice, not AJ Rice.
Oh,
yeah.
well, there's a.
AJ Rice is probably bowling with Michael Holloman.
Now wait a second. According to, it said Kevin Williams, but Kevin's hurt, isn't he?
Geez, Dennis, I can't keep up with it now.
I think Kevin's hurt.
We got to be part of the pregame meeting on who's bowling with who.
I know. All right, Jason Schaefer up here trying to throw 260. No, 250. I'm sorry. 250.
How about 258?
Yeah.
Is he throwing like an old Fire Quantum or something? Or is that a track heat?
I can't see for sure, but Derek's got his teal here that he's using.
Yep.
And that would be a 237 possible there. He just took some tape out of his thumb hole.
Call the Sweep the Rack guys and find out why they're not bowling.
Yeah.
AJ Rice is bowling with Gene Perez.
Rob wouldn't be insulted about that. Big Mike might be, but I don't know if Rob would be insulted by bowling on a house shot. Big Mike's all about the sport shot stuff. So
what time is it? 9:30 at night? Let's call Chad Murphy in about an hour.
He might answer.
He probably would. Who else should we call?
Jason did not strike there, so he's looking at 240.
Let's call Brian Voss and ask him about resin bowling balls.
Oh, Jessica Burgess in the chat. Hi, Jessica. She says Kevin has been bowling again. He was released by the doctor. I didn't realize he was in captivity, but I guess the doctor let him out. See, I was right. Terry Runyon says Big Mike don't mess with no house shots.
No, that's true.
No, but it would be fun to get him to talk about our tournament
That would be.
on their podcast. So
That's
that would
true.
be fun.
That's true. See what kind of stuff they can make up about the event.
Derek got the first one.
We
That's
call
another
Mike.
80
We could
over.
call Mike Devaney and ask him about two-handed bowling. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Jessica said Kevin hurt himself playing volleyball or basketball.
What's up, Mike and everyone in the chat? Getting ready to go to bed, but just wanted to drop in and say hi. Thanks, Kristen.
How many people in the tournament are younger than the Teal Rhino?
Oh. Wow, probably quite a few.
I would say,
Isn't that crazy?
yeah.
Schaefer and Matson here putting up a nice number, 247 each. Put them at 494.
And I was going to look and see what they had. They had 119 over. They were 80 out of first in this squad. After 2 games, let's see over here. This is 3 games. They were 109, so they dropped in the last game.
Okay, so here we go. Kevin Williams just checked in. Says, I'm not hurt anymore. I'm bowling with Michael in the AM. Comeback season is upon us.
Awesome. So Kevin's listening to us, or did he get texted?
I don't know. He's probably at some club downtown, and instead
Performing?
of having music in there, they've got us on.
Oh, you could be, I
Right?
guess.
Right? They're selling $100 or
Yep.
$1,000 bottles of champagne in there.
Yeah.
I'm guarantee you that's what he's doing right now. He's got some club down there playing this.
So you've been looking at the views on this stream. There's somebody in here saying that there's 290 on the other stream.
Probably is.
So don't you have to combine them to be accurate?
Probably. This one here, 587, stream 2, 175.
Okay. That's not bad.
No, it's okay. Beats a stick to a blind eye, right?
Absolutely. We are at the end of game number 4, guys. We're halfway through this last block this evening here in Fairview Heights, Illinois at St. Clair Bowl.
Dennis Hacker is who's speaking. My name's Mike Flanagan. I'm going to go swap out the game of graphic on channel number 2.
Sounds good. I'll keep us going right now. We might as well keep it out the lanes because I'm the only one sitting here in the booth, and there's no reason for me to bring it back over here. But we will watch as they transition for game number 5. As we told you guys earlier, they do split the house in half here. They've got 2 oiling machines to get the squad get the squads fairly close to being on time. I realized that we were almost a half an hour late on this squad, but we had some slow bowling in the middle squad today that caused a delay for the end of that one, and it was all in the middle of the house, so we really couldn't do a whole lot about that. But they're oiling from both ends. To me, they're supposed to be putting out what is the house shot here on both ends. I'm sure the programs say the same. They're both Kegel machines. It appears that the newer machine is on this end, and this end hooks more. And I don't know if that's just because this end of the house hooks more, or if it's because it's actually putting out a little bit of a different condition. But they're able to shape the ball the same way in most places, the way it looks from end to end. It's just tighter, is all. So,
Well, Dennis, I just got a text message.
okay.
Looks like Kevin Williams is at the club downtown, which I knew, and he just said DJ request. Inside bowling, bruh.
Okay.
So that's it.
Okay.
That's what's going on.
Huh. I don't think that's going to happen, Jeremy. Jeremy wants me to call Melissa, and I don't think we're going to do that.
Melissa McDaniel?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good idea.
We might call her during the day tomorrow, but we won't call her tonight.
Do we want to try to call JT again? What if we called a bowler that's like in the field? What do you think they would pick up?
You mean out there?
Yeah, right now.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah, have a seat. Perfect.
yeah.
This is how it happens.
This is how it happens.
This is perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a PBA Tour champion. He's also a Holiday Doubles champion, and not many people can say that. Matt Ogle is in the booth.
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing?
Good. You got to put that mic a little close because I got kind of a bad soundboard, and you got to get that little.
How's that?
You want to get the wire to. Yep.
I'm working on it.
Now
There
you
you
are
go.
so set up.
You're so set up.
It looks a lot better on camera, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look great.
Yeah,
Could you tell me what ball company you're sponsored by?
Deviate.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you tell?
Oh, no, I see it now.
At least you can read it.
Do you know that Deviate is also affiliated with the sponsor of this tournament, Hammer?
Recently?
No, they are affiliated.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and have you ever thrown a Hammer bowling ball?
I probably should get one, I think.
Okay.
They're pretty good.
All right. I like that.
You throwing hammer?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I am.
Okay.
Track and Hammer.
Tracking hammer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same family.
All right. Yeah, I wish somebody would have told me that.
Yeah, dude. They got a pro shop here.
I'll check them out.
Yeah, check that
I might
out.
get a couple.
Matt, when are you bowling?
8 a.m. tomorrow with Mike Dole again.
Very nice.
Yeah. He, I can't.
Oh, my God. What happened to my scoreboards?
Oh, that's bad.
That's really bad. Somebody, and that's Lee down there.
Yeah.
Lee bumped the scoreboards.
He did, and he
Come
didn't
on,
strike.
Lee.
Wow.
What a rookie.
I got to go down and try to fix them.
Yeah.
I'll personally be right back. You guys fill this bad boy up.
We can do that.
Yeah,
We can do
absolutely.
that.
What a great tournament this is.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. It's fun to sit here. I'm hearing that it's the lane to lane is fun for you all out there, and fun means a whole lot of different things to a lot of different people. I'm understanding.
That's a fact.
But for us to sit here, and we had the discussion earlier about being able to sit behind one pair and know the characteristics of the pair, and then come down here and see which ones can conquer this and which ones cannot.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It is. It's crazy to watch those who figure it out. So
Yeah.
I mean, some of them by accident, obviously, because they just happen to be in the right part of the lane. But then
Sure.
you'll see other ones actually make changes while they're here and make it work.
Yeah, I've been following Wolf and Lambert making the swap, and then they just come back down here from the low end, and Wolf almost went runaway Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So I don't think he knew about the differences, but it's still such a big change with the two lane machines.
Well, and then I mean, we're looking because they were
doing pretty good. Yeah, they were second.
They were second after 3. We were in game 5, so we obviously don't have a game 4 update for you yet. But they were second after 3.
They just had
and
370.
So that, I mean, looking at this, 370 takes them to 14, and that's going to probably drop them to 7th or 8th on the
I'm
squad.
sorry, 470. I'm sorry.
470. Okay, that
Big
helps.
difference. Big
That
difference.
helps. Yeah. So that's 314. I mean,
Yeah, three. Yeah, they're doing okay.
314 with 4 games in. That's doing pretty good because 6-something is leading the tournament right now.
Yeah,
After
so if they do that again the next.
Yeah.
The next 4.
Very
they're gonna
good.
be right there.
I think I kind of fixed it.
Great job.
what did they do?
It's way better. The whole table was shifted.
Yeah.
Somebody did the bump and run on you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the bump and run. That is not fun.
No. But what is fun is watching these guys go pair to pair. That's what I
That
know you
is
guys
fun.
have already talked about it, but it's pretty comical. So do you bowl this anymore, Mike, or no?
I bowled last year.
You're not bowling this year?
No, my partner didn't ask me to bowl again. JT Jackson,
Oh, okay.
and I just tried calling him on the air, and it went straight to voicemail.
Yeah, he wouldn't take his call either. So
Unbelievable.
yeah.
You thought you guys were friends too, didn't you?
Well, we are. We're both from St. Louis. A lot of people
Oh.
don't know JT's from here.
I didn't know that
I
JT
didn't
was
know
from
that.
here.
No,
Yeah.
sure didn't.
Any female PWBA players today bowling?
I don't mean to be picky, but aren't all the PWBA players female?
That's a good point. Tomorrow I know, but I don't know about today.
I don't think today they did. There's a few tomorrow.
Liz Johnson,
Aaron,
Lauren Payne.
Lauren,
and
yep.
Lauren Pate.
Yep. Yep.
Shannon doesn't bowl anymore though.
Something's going on in this whole building right now. No clue what that was. Are we still online? Something so bizarre just happened in here.
That was wild.
That sounded like a power surge of some kind because it went through their speakers.
It's probably his 8 cameras that he has going on.
Gotta be my cameras.
Taking all the power.
Yeah.
Huh. I need to make sure that the second stream is still on. Good thing I can check on it over here. The camera, for some reason down there, goes blurry and then in focus, out of focus.
So that happened at the PBA League for us too as well. I don't know if it's YouTube or what the deal is, but it did the same thing.
It's a camera setting
Oh, it
of
is.
some sort.
Okay.
So it's trying to focus at some point in the field, and it's losing its focus point and going somewhere else. Probably
Yeah.
is what's going on, right?
Yeah,
The
so
autofocus that's going on.
Yeah, I need to do like a manual focus. The problem is that camera is like
Yeah.
an oldie, and I don't even remember how the settings work on
Yeah.
it.
So have y'all got a projected number, or have you gotten that far?
A project. Tomorrow's squads are pretty,
I know. Big difference tomorrow to the day.
pretty stacked.
At least the morning squad is so far that we can see. But and it's kind of weird because we were looking at the pace of the score from the second squad today to the third squad, and after 2 games, there were double the amount of teams that were 100 over on the B squad than were on this squad. So I mean, the pace was so far behind B squad's pace, and now it's catching up a little bit in the last
crazy how that
couple of
works.
days. But yeah.
Jody Westner also bowling tomorrow, the chat said.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
We got to watch Lee Boudouris bowl some more.
Yeah, he's one on this on this.
Yeah, he's got 1 strike, 4 frames.
Is that a head pin?
Oh my gosh, is it?
I think it is. It's either a head pin or a 5 pin.
Where's he at? They're at 47?
No, right here on the screen.
Right there on the
Oh, I
screen
see.
in the attractive Christmas jersey, the Argyle.
Gotcha.
Looks like a sock. He was pretty
Is it-
proud of that jersey,
Is it a
too.
dirty sock or a clean
He
sock?
is.
He was pretty proud of that jersey. He said it was Mike Fagan style, is what he told me earlier.
Okay.
So,
Oh, Argyle
yeah,
then?
that's what it was. That's what it was.
Okay.
And he throws the ball just like Mike Fagan. So I
He
mean,
does.
Absolutely. You couldn't get any closer. I mean, if you put them 2 side by side, you wouldn't know who was who.
And considering they're from opposite sides, it'd be like a mirror, is what it would be.
it's-
Just like,
yeah, it's like you turned your camera around on your phone.
Yep.
Stone head pin.
That happens.
yeah. Well, Joe's got 4 in a row. His
Yeah.
partners.
Needs to catch up.
Yeah.
Lee bowls league here too.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably doesn't bowl league with 2 different lane machines, though.
No, that's true. Well, he doesn't cross pairs.
Correct.
On a night, anyways.
And he would have already been done.
True. Let's see what Lee does here. If he doesn't strike, we're out of here.
That's a strike. 6, 8.
Oh, oh my goodness. Lee,
does-
they're hooking.
He doesn't know that we're watching him either.
No, he doesn't. Oh, he's
Thirsty.
drinking on the job.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
We're going to talk about
A little
that.
tasty beverage.
Yep.
Does he go for it here? He has to go for it.
Linda just came in and asked me how I was doing.
Oh, there you go.
And then she goes, just kidding.
Shooter.
Oh,
just
Lee.
missed it.
Well, bad news for everybody here. Lee has caused us to leave the pair. Bounce over here.
Poor
Yep.
Joe.
Poor Joe's on the front four.
Yeah. We'll come back to him. He's going to have the front 9.
Yep.
So Jerry Dwiggins here in front of us has got the front 3 on 37 and 8. You'll see him throwing the ball now on lane 37 coming up.
His partner is right there with him with 290 pace.
Yeah,
Early, but
and both older gentlemen. I like to see that.
yeah.
I'm somehow partial to that anymore, you know.
I wouldn't know why.
Yeah. Jeff Johnson sat down. I met him for the first time. He sat down here in the booth.
He's a good guy.
And he
He's such a
said,
good guy.
that Mike was saying that I needed to get out and bowl some PBA 50 stuff.
Yeah.
And Jeff looked at me and said, "Are you 50?" I said, "Oh, you're my new best friend."
You guys are new best
Are
friends.
you? Are you? Are you 50? Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, you should try those, man. They look fun.
I would love to try it. I got such terrible inflammation right now in ankles that I've got nothing on the bottom. I just got nothing left on the bottom. So I got to wait. I got Medicare coming in August of next year, and the government is going to fix me.
Good deal.
So we're gonna get it taken care
Yeah,
of.
you get straightened out. You need to get out there.
Yeah,
if you can.
I would love to.
Yeah.
Truly love to.
Oh boy. That's a lot of 7.
You know what? You rarely see the ball scoot through the break on these pairs down here, and he just must have chucked it right through it. I saw Zach Tackett do it, but he was lofting in the left gutter in Game 3 the last time. Whenever that happened.
Yeah. So if he was bowling on 37, he was lofting it over the 36 gutter.
Yeah.
I think.
Basically.
Yeah.
And it was early in the ball.
Sliding on 1 on 36. So I said we'd go back to Joe. He just got 4 through the middle.
Oh.
Yeah, 4-bagger. Oops.
That was an interesting little wobble there in the center part of the lane on that ball whenever it was going down there, but it finished good. So
Yeah.
So what time is it here? We are right at 10 o'clock. Is that right?
Close. Yeah, pretty close.
Right at 10 o'clock, and we're halfway through Game 5. So let's say 7:30 to 10. We're probably looking at 12:30 to 12:45 to get finished tonight is what we're figuring. So.
Yeah. So the 2-lane machines is helping, but we're still on a little delay because they're not throwing as many strikes.
Here's what we thought. That's probably part of it. But it was blocks of lanes that were behind last time. It would be like 3 or 4 pairs in a row that would all come down here and start at the same time. And we were theorizing that it would be somebody that was very deliberate on the approach that was stopping 2 or 3 pairs at a time using the double jump rule like I'm sure they use in this tournament, right?
Sure.
So if that was happening and it was slowing down 2 pairs on either side, and then obviously it goes out even a little bit spider web wise to both sides.
Makes sense for sure.
That's what was going on, and it had to be somebody that was just very deliberate because the first 4 games, everybody's been right there in this whole squad. Everybody's been starting the games at the same time, and if you look out there right now, we're very
Pretty
close to where we should be in all the games that are out there. Even the end pairs when you don't have anybody on the right or the left.
Right, they're pacing well, yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So I think that's what happened, and that put us about a half an hour behind.
And they're not throwing as many strikes. So
Right. This squad is not.
Yeah,
Right.
add it all together.
Right.
It compounds.
I timed the ion machine, and it was minute and 53 seconds to oil. So, and they're doing 26 lanes.
30 minutes or so, a little over 30.
Well, 26 times, that was almost 2 minutes a lane. So 26 lanes, that would be almost a solid hour to oil.
Okay.
And then obviously it doesn't, even where they stop, it doesn't sit for any time at all. They're starting to bowl on it immediately. So that's got to.
The lanes are on fire, yeah.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that. I'm learning some stuff, having access to a lot of a lot of the research stuff that we do with the USBC right now, and seeing some of the different things that go on, and you don't consider the science of this in its entirety sometimes. A ball going down the lane, especially when it's dry to dry,
Sure.
when it's surface of the ball to the dry part of the lane,
It's a lot of friction.
creates a lot of friction, which equals heat.
Correct.
And then the lane absorbs it. The ball does the same thing. The ball gets hotter too, and it gets softer as it's going down there as it's getting used. But so does the lane.
That's right.
And then in the middle, the lanes will sit all night tonight. So they will become ambient temperature by the morning, and even if they oil right before the squad in the morning, the oil is going to sit on those lanes differently
Correct.
than it did at the beginning of this squad.
Yep.
But it's the nature of the beast. We don't have the opportunity to do anything other than that in a full tournament like this. It's done everywhere. You oil right
Sure.
before squads, and
Yep.
you go out there and start bowling right away.
Correct.
But that does affect things.
Do you think that's an advantage or disadvantage for the first squad, say on Friday and Saturday?
I think it's I think you're taking a variable out of play.
Correct. I agree.
So I think it's an advantage for the first squads of the day.
And that's why I think that we chose to bowl that first squad just for that reason. Not just for that reason. It's
Right.
one of the reasons. But
Right.
I don't particularly like bowling until 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well,
So
that's how I am too. I tell anybody, and I'm a high school coach, and I tell my kids too. I say you guys are freaks for bowling before
Yeah.
9 o'clock, but they do it.
no, right.
They opt in the St. Louis and the JBCs. They opt in for a squad, and it starts at sometimes they have to leave home at 5:30 to get there on time.
Yeah.
So
We have new scores here.
we have new scores. We have new leaders. Wiley and Monens. Where is last game here? Was it right here?
Yeah.
So Wiley and Monens were in 5th place at 214. They went to
100 over that game.
339, so they went 120 over
Yeah.
that game. Lambert and Wolf stayed in 2nd place at 318. Ceramic and Denton 313 in 3rd. Martel and Garcia 311 in 4th. Nick Pate and Lloyd went up from 7th to 5th at 281. I've been calling them Mike Flanagan and AJ Rice, but it's not. It's neither one. Neither one is right.
No.
John Flanagan and Brandon Wright.
So I guess they don't really care. As long as they're in 6th place, they don't really care what I call them, probably.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but 281, 269 then is there. 7th is White and Cherpinski, 260. 8th, Wilcox and Richardson, 254. 9th, Timmerman and Lamont at 239. And in 10th, David and Tim Hyman, 223. There are 13 teams that are 200 or better after 4. There are 21 teams that are 150 or better, or 20 teams that are 150 or better after 4.
So this squad is not as high as the last.
I don't think
squad,
so.
Right?
I don't think at all. No. And I don't have a game 4 up here.
So this goes back to our friction that we were talking about.
Yeah.
With the heat on the lanes, they never got to sit. The oil's moving around a lot more.
I think this is B squad, and I think this squad was a much heavier squad talent-wise.
Right.
Also, I mean the talent doesn't get distributed like
Evenly.
the PBA does.
Right.
I mean, at least I think they try to, right? They
Yeah,
try
yeah.
to put,
For sure.
So,
Yeah.
but this squad here was huge. I mean, this is after 5 games,
And those are about the same.
and if you look here,
they're
there's a 200 over after 13. But 200 over goes all the way down to 27 here after 5 games, and
wow.
so that's a. I mean, I think it's going to be somewhere in here,
Sure.
but it doesn't. I mean, that's a whole bunch more people that are 200 over than is on this squad right now.
I agree.
We're at 339 to lead this squad right now. I think we might have on the first squad a game 4, and 376 was leading then, and 339 would have been in 3rd place at that point.
Okay.
That's on the first. Actually, no. This is the second squad. This is Barrett and Bittenbender Bolden. This is where we are right now. So you can see 200 over was 19th. 200 over is 13th on this squad. 339 leading would be 3rd place on this squad right now. And then Shay and Tim went on a run because Tim went down there and shot 260, 300, and they ended up, I think, 5th on after in the combined. But yeah,
They're much harder tonight.
So you actually sat there and said, thinking about that morning squat is better for you because of the possibility of the oil, and the lanes will be cooler. So
Yeah, so not only just that, but I don't like to sit around all day and then try and bowl, say, 7 o'clock. Just personally, my body doesn't do well with that. Of course, I'm stretching as much as I can to stay loose, and then, Saturday morning is, the oil's going to sit there a lot longer and not going to move around with all that heat.
correct.
So
Yep.
even though the squad's loaded, I don't play brackets just because if you bowl, something like this, you bowl 259, you're probably not going to win. Now this year you may, just because of the differences of the ends, but you still got to put 3 good games together when you swap in. So I haven't decided if I'm playing tomorrow or not, but I haven't in the years past.
We're talking it over with Matt Ogle here, last year's champion with Mike Dole. He also won a PBA doubles tournament with Sean Rash, which is one of my favorite shows in recent memory.
Thank you. It was definitely one of my favorites too.
But Matt, one of the other things that you do that I think we both share a passion for, and maybe you don't, I have a passion for it, is landscaping.
Yeah, I don't have a passion for that anymore, Mike. I've been doing it for 20 years. Now,
You're an expert, though.
I do get a satisfaction from building a nice-looking landscape, building a nice retaining wall once it's done.
So you build retaining walls?
I have, yes.
Is it just you or other people help you with it?
If I have a job that I need to do one, I will bring in 4 or 5 guys to help me. If I may do it in the evenings, I may do it on a weekend, whenever they can help me. I work around those guys. So.
But that's how you make a living, is your landscaping company, right?
Mostly lawn care, but yeah, I do 80 yards a week by myself, pretty much every week. I loved cutting grass when I was younger. I started when I was 15, 16, in the neighborhood with 5 or 6 yards, and I still have those same yards this day. Same people own the houses. I started with a push mower, and I've got, like I said, 80 yards. It's a real tight schedule, and I can do them in 3 days in the summer, 3.5 in the spring. So I'm getting after it.
So when you do this, do you push some of them? Are you riding all of them?
Yep, I ride all of them. I've got a 0-turn 61 Turf Tiger and a 48 walk behind that has a Belky to stand on. I don't do any push mowing just because it takes almost twice as much time and people don't want to pay the money. So.
And then do you trim as well?
Yeah, cut, trim, and blow.
Tell me how you trim.
Well, several ways. I can straight edge the driveways and then flat edge around garages, landscaping. Some landscaping gets straight edged, straight up and down where it creates that nice line. I'm sure you've seen some of that on TikTok.
Do you use an edger?
No.
Do you use a weed whacker and
String
turn it
trimmer.
upside down
Absolutely.
and go right along?
Yep.
That's what I do too.
I love it. I love doing that.
That's the professional way to do it.
Yes.
Do you
100%.
use Echo or Still?
I use Shindawa.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Nah, I think they're all the same nowadays, pretty much.
Because I have an Echo trimmer.
I've had some of those.
And I have the one that it's easier to flip upside down.
Sure.
And then what kind of line do you use? Like a softer line?
No, I use 105 diameter. The yellow 105.
Writing this down.
It's actually square. It's real sharp square.
What do you do? Do you ever have it bound up and you have to take the top off? And
no, so I've got a speed feeder where you put it, you get your string, I don't know, 18 feet long. You put it through the speed feeder, pull it all the way out where both sides are the same, and you just crank it in, and that's it.
And it never.
No, not hardly.
Really?
No.
Because I have problem with mine binding up when I turn it upside down.
No. Well, do you keep the guard on yours?
No, I have no guard.
Yeah, I don't have a guard either, but I keep it. I don't let it get too long. So if you keep it, 8-10 inches.
Yeah.
If you get it past 12 inches or so, it will start wrapping around the head.
Yeah, I don't do that. No,
Yeah,
it's just.
The bigger diameter will help you with that too.
Nice.
105. Yeah.
I've been wanting to ask you about this.
Yeah.
Because I love taking care of my lawn.
It's yellow. I think it's steel actually. Steel makes it.
Now, do you get people's lawns ready to go, like fertilize and all that kind of
I
stuff?
don't do that. No, I've got somebody else that takes care of all that for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He just gives me a little kickback, and I give him all that work.
You just do straight cutting and trimming.
Cut, trim, blow, yeah.
So with a tight schedule like you got, what happens when it rains? What do you do?
Well, if it rains 3 or 4 days a week, I'll just put them off for the next week. I try not to cut on the weekends because some people have, they may be having a party. I know there's not everybody's going to have a party that weekend, but I don't want to be pulling up while they've got cars in the driveway and I'm trying to cut, and I'll just skip it. So I'll just wait till the next week. But if it rains like one day, I'll skip that day and then go the next day. And try and
Now,
double up.
when you're bowling,
That's tough.
how do you keep your clients happy?
So I've got 2 guys back home that can cover for me. They actually they have 2 days of work themselves, and they help me when I need help. So like this year, I'm trying to bowl all in April, which is prime season, back in Louisville. But I think I'm going to try and let them take 3 days and split it up between them, and they've got all their equipment and everything.
I think they're gonna throw at it right now.
Roll a ball down here, I think. Throw the ball down here?
Yeah. But yeah, so I'm gonna try and have them take care of it for me, and I don't really have to worry about it. They do a great job. So.
Nice, but you're pretty burnt out on this. You're over it.
And I've even told my wife that I think 2 more years and I'm probably done with lawn care. I'm trying to set up into maybe you might have seen me post fishing.
Yeah.
Fishing stuff.
Yeah.
So I may try to do a guide, 3 or 4 days a week of crappie and whatever, so whatever they might want to do. I've got all the equipment to do it. You got to get a license for it. But just trying to set myself up for something else and still bowl. I'm still going to bowl, but I don't know if I'll keep doing it full time in 2 years, but we'll see. My body's wore out. I can tell you right now.
Do you have some pretty big lawns that you take care of, like in nice neighborhoods?
Most of them are pretty small, half acres. I've got one commercial property that takes me about 3 hours by myself.
Really?
Yep. I've got another one that's probably an hour. But most of them I can get them done by myself in 15, 20 minutes.
A 3-hour commercial job.
It's boring.
What kind of how can you share what you bill? Like what does a job like that cost?
It's $375
a week.
So there's two properties together. It takes me 3 hours to do both of them together. One is it's $400 now. The other one's $70. So $470. It takes me 3 hours. But I can cut in my neighborhood. In 3 hours, I can cut 20 yards at $40 a piece. So it kind of costs me money, but at the same time, I don't mind it because I can sit on the mower for basically 2 hours and weed eat for an hour.
Do you listen to podcasts and stuff and music?
Oh yeah. I got AirPods in and
more music or
mostly music. Yeah, I'm gonna start listening to more podcasts here this year though. I think just something different. I get tired of music all the time.
Yeah.
It gets boring.
And you've been doing this 20 years.
2002 is when I started. Yeah.
It's fascinating stuff,
That's when I took over the business from another guy. He had about 20 yards, a truck, trailer, mower, and I've went through some clients, but that particular route, I've had the same people for almost 20 years. So.
Now you had some success on tour. Did you not go to tour stops because you needed to work your landscaping business?
Yeah. So this year, I missed the last 3 out west. One was the Masters. I was 30th in points, not bowling those 3, and I feel like I could have made the playoffs, but I don't want to jeopardize my business.
So let me ask you this: when you're cutting those lawns that week, and you know that the bowling's going on, are you like furious?
I'm not furious, but I'm upset that I can't bowl. I don't like missing. I still love the bowl, and when I miss, and I'll listen to it. Both TV this year. I'll be listening to Flow Bowling last year, but I'll listen to it. It sucks that I'm not bowling, but yeah, I'm not mad because I'm taking care of my family. So
yeah. So you get the gratification out of that.
Yeah. Taking care of my family. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. No.
I'm not saying I get gratification out of it, but I'm not going to lose my business and risk, my family not being able to eat.
Right.
My wife's got a great job, but if I quit, we would be fine. But I've worked hard to get what I've got, and I don't want to just throw it away for 2 or 3 tournaments.
Well, I will tell you, man, after going out and working on the road and sitting in a bowling center all day long, like when you go to Vegas and stuff, and I'm doing this job, when I get home and I can cut my grass, I'm in heaven.
Oh, yeah, I bet. So it's the opposite for me. Like in the summer, you know, I'm wide open, right, doing lawn care. But when a tournament comes up, I'm like ready to go.
You're ready to go inside. You're ready to go be inside.
I'll practice, you know, in the evenings. Oh yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to be inside for sure. I don't know if I've got something wrong with me, but like I don't think it's from being outside for 20 years and wearing cutoffs and, you know, sweat, you know, whatever, but in the sun. So I'll come home, take a shower, and I'll come out, and I'll have to put sweatpants and a sweatshirt on because I feel like it's freezing in my house.
Yeah.
Like it's 20 degrees. And we keep it at 69.
I completely understand that. Yeah.
And everybody makes fun of me because I've always got a jacket on. I usually bowl in a jacket. I mean, I'm always cold, so. And I weigh 12 pounds.
Right.
I'm sure that has a little bit to do with it.
Well, I will just tell you, man, I think what you've done with your landscaping business and how you've committed to that for that many years is to be commended, man. I love small business owners.
I appreciate it.
Because I'm one myself.
Yeah.
And nothing pisses me off more than some armchair quarterback or some guy, you know, on the sideline saying, well, he should be doing this, or man, he should be doing this, or he should be doing that. Nobody knows, and these are the people that work for other people, and I have nothing against those sorts of people that choose those paths.
Sure.
But when you are somebody that pulls out of the draft, to use a NASCAR analogy, and does your own thing and can do it for that many years successfully and provide for your family, and in all the sacrifices you got to make, not being able to do what you really want to do, like bowl.
Sure.
But then you still get to go out and get a taste of it and
Yeah.
win that title.
Oh, yeah.
Come out and win this thing last year and all these events.
Yeah.
That's
It makes it 10 times better to win. You know, the PBA League this past year was amazing for me, and I never expected, because that's right in the middle of the summer.
Right.
You know, and I was excited. Well, I couldn't wait to go because I've been cutting grass for 5 months. But
right.
And then it happened, and then everything went well for me, and it was great.
And the one thing, I don't know if people know this or not, but you know, and this isn't the part that I don't care that they know about, but you know, I spend a lot of time out on tour, and I talk to a lot of guys, and they like to give their opinions to different guys.
Yeah.
You have a lot of respect out there.
Well, I appreciate it.
A lot of guys respect you.
Thank
a
you.
lot.
I try not to do anybody wrong. But
They think they love your personality. They like your game. They like how your game has moved forward.
Yeah.
And I bet a lot of people also admire you because of your responsibility that you've been able to do over the years with your family and with your business. I got to go swap out a game of graphic, but thanks for
Thank you, Ray.
answering those
I
questions.
appreciate it.
Chuck Bruner in the chat says that he does all the work and that you're lazy.
He's one of them. He's one of them.
He says you're lazy.
Yeah.
Is what he says.
I'm not lazy, but
That's what he says.
I have to drag him out of the truck to get him to work. So we want to go there. No, he does great for me. Like I said, he's one of them. Kevin's the other one, but I haven't even really talked to Chuck about it. But I think he might go for it. I don't know if I take care of him well enough.
So we are starting game 6 now, and Mike left me and didn't put up the new graphics. So Nico, don't get on my shoulders on this one. I'm going to wait until Mike comes back down here because he's got some other screen up over here, and I'm not going to mess with this computer. But
Could you imagine if we messed with that and it was?
Well, I know what I'm doing over here for the most part, but it's a Mac and it doesn't have the same controls as.
But could you imagine if we didn't know what we were doing? And
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
He would be like, "What happened?"
Yeah, what happened?
And then he would go, "All right, you guys are out."
Yep. Yeah, that's one thing that Lee's good in here.
Like this here, I don't even want to.
Well,
I couldn't imagine.
this is actually I ran a DJ business and a karaoke business for probably 15 years, and
Oh,
so
really?
I know it.
Oh, you
I
know
know everything about this. And honestly, I remember looking at something like this and saying, "What in the world? How in the world would you ever know anything about?"
Once you use
but
it,
once
though,
you've used
yeah.
it, you know exactly what it all is.
And once you said it, I'm sure you don't have to do much.
This is Mike. This is me. This
Yeah.
is you.
Yeah.
All these are just like gains and whatever to make our voices sound better if we want to.
Okay.
And these, like this is his input from his phone when we
Sure.
tried to call JT a while ago, and he wouldn't pick us up. So
Yeah.
you just plug into a channel,
Oh,
and
good.
then he turned up this one because it's
That's that
all
channel.
in line. So
Yeah.
that's the volume
Oh,
on this
makes
one.
sense. Pretty
This is
easy
the
then.
master volume, and that controls these two things right over here.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
yeah, we're starting game number 6, Mike. I didn't do the little flippy thing over here
Okay.
because
I'll do the flippy thing.
yeah. I could have just done that. I never thought about clicking out of it. I should have done that. So.
What'd I miss?
Not a whole lot.
So I want to give some props to Jerry and his staff. I mean, I know he had some issues here, not too long ago, a couple days, maybe Monday, Tuesday when he made the post. But if people are patient enough, I mean, this tournament goes smooth every year that I've bowled it. And you guys have a lot to do with that too, with your cameras, and commentating. But people don't know how much work it takes to do a tournament like this, let alone a 30-man, qualifying tournament. But Jerry, I guess April and the other guys that help, they do a great job. I mean, people are wanting their lane numbers, 3 days before the tournament? For what reason? I mean, don't get mad because there's no lane numbers. And some names were missing, but they got it all straightened out, and we're here bowling. So he does a great job. This is one of my favorite tournaments of the year. And it helps that I won. So.
It's funny.
Yeah.
It's funny that like it wasn't a very long ago that in the chat they were asking, well, where can we find a flyer or an entry blank for this? And we're kind of laughing because by the time this tournament is over this year, next year's already sold out.
Yeah.
And there's no reason to have a flyer or
no reason to make one.
Yeah.
You could put right now. We're going to open another squad and it'd be full in an hour.
It would be. I just don't know where we would go with it.
But we are not opening another squad, so everybody knows. We're just talking about it.
Right.
You could run a midnight re-entry squad.
Oh. I don't think Jerry wants to be here.
No, but when you scale things, okay, so first of all, look, I'm not suggesting this. I don't think we should have done an 8 a.m. squad this morning, to be honest, perfectly honest with you. But I do want to throw this out there. If there is the demand, and if you wanted to do it, you don't have to do everything yourself. If another squad gets added, I'm probably going to get Dennis or someone trained to be able to just come in and do a squad, and I will take a squad off.
Sure.
Period. I mean, it's stupid, right? I mean, right? So Jerry and them, if they had a trustworthy person,
sure.
I keep throwing Dennis in here all the time because he can basically do anything, or a John Brocklin, or even Corky's Chisholm, who's bowling this event. Yeah. He would probably run a midnight squad for him, right?
Sure.
And you just that squad kind of operates and does its own thing, has its own financials, and at the end of the squad, a little report is given to Jerry, and the bracket money is given. He gives a little back to whoever ran the squad, whatever.
Yeah.
And then he just comes in the morning and looks at the results and then calls out like it is. You could do it, but Jerry can't.
No, not
he and April need.
No.
You really on an event like this, you should probably have someone work 6 or 8 hours.
Shift it.
And then get somebody else in here that
Yeah.
And maybe there's one person that's there the whole time, but they've kind of, but they're just managing.
Yeah, they're
laid back. They're right,
yeah.
And that's Jerry, right? I mean, he's doing that, right?
Sit back in a recliner, and if you've got any major issues, come see me.
Something I've learned in the last 2 years, I think, primarily in the last 2 years, and I should have learned it before now, is that you can have other people do things for you like that. You could put someone in charge of a squad like that. But you better make sure that they know that they are in charge and that you trust them to do what they're going to do, and that they're not constantly looking at you for approval on the next move that they're going to make. Because if you can't send them off and let them just go be themselves, and the reason I chose you is because you're the right person to do this. So you do all of that kind of stuff, and you'll develop very, very good leaders in those areas.
Oh, sure.
And they have to be able to make executive decisions.
Yes, they have to, and be confident about it, and stand up for it, and know that you've got their back.
Yeah.
That's all it's in trouble.
I've actually I got a good example with Jerry with that. I tried to run my IB Open and be the tournament director, live stream guy, everything, right? Mm-hmm. So after like the year it blew up, I said, Jerry, will you be my tournament director? And I told everybody, Jerry's tournament director. Don't come to me for nothing.
Awesome.
Right?
He does a great job.
Yeah, so he did that for me. And there were a couple issues, and he comes up to me and goes, hey, Mike, what do I do? And, of course, all the bowlers were like, hey, Mike, we got this. We got to go to Jerry. And they were like, what? It's your tournament. Nope, you got to go to Jerry. You got to go to Jerry. You got to go to Jerry. And Jerry came up to me. He's like, man, there's somebody bowled in the wrong lane or something, and Fagan wanted to know what to do or whatever, you know. And he's like, man, I got Fagan. He's telling me this is the way I'm supposed to be doing it.
It's your tournament.
And I'm like, Jerry, it's your decision.
Yeah.
And he made the right call. And you know what? When he told Fagan with conviction why he wanted this is my decision, Fagan was like, okay.
Right.
It's all the pros, you know this, you're
Absolutely.
a pro. They just want somebody to tell you the way that it is. They don't want to sit there and have a debate with you on how it should be done.
Just tell us.
Or anybody around them.
Exactly. That's
Let
the rule.
one person come down there and tell them what to do and just go with it.
Absolutely.
Somebody make a decision so we can move on.
So if I ever ran a tournament again or some sort of event, I'd hire Jerry to be my tournament director.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I'm more valuable on this side. And I think Jerry's tremendous at that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't single any one person out specifically on what you said a few minutes ago about what happened on the couple of days this week. But you know, when you talked about, you know, wanting to know lane assignments 3 days in advance for no reason and causing people to divert their attention away from the important stuff to something like that. Or if they did have an issue with a partner, for instance, my partner is not this guy, it's this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you spelled his name wrong now, and all that kind of stuff. That's going to get fixed down the line, guys. There's no reason to get upset about it.
As long as your name's on the list.
Yeah. You've got a spot, you got a spot, and
some people would say that stuff's done intentionally to draw more attention and more engagement to the tournament.
That's one way to do it, though, if you're going to do it.
Right?
That's marketing. I'm not into that. I don't do marketing, so.
I mean, you know, you could.
Absolutely.
I mean,
you know how many people commented on that?
I know. You could be a really successful company by making marketing ads with mistakes. You could get people's attentions faster, right?
You should try that. Maybe you have.
Kind of. I have a few times.
That's a great idea. I think that's what I'm going to start doing on my social media is make mistakes. And
just make mistakes.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, what do you think of this lawn? And you only cut half of it.
Or drill a ball and only put one finger in it.
Yeah.
I got a new ball drilled.
Yeah.
Yeah. I only cut half of it. Yeah. The customer will be calling me immediately.
How effective would that be? A two-hander with only one finger hole?
Not very.
Yeah, probably not.
Or maybe I drill it with the ring finger and the index finger just to cause a stir, you know?
Yeah.
That'll get shared so much. I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Great job, Mike.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm about to have 10,000 followers or so. Tonight, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go in the pro shop, drill one of those hammer balls.
Yeah, right. Those hammer balls you never
and drill
throw.
an index and a ring finger.
Right, yeah. All right, Matt, I'll just put you on the spot. Right now, favorite 3 balls you have in your bag?
Favorite 3 balls, one's going to be the Cuda, the Bigfoot, and a little throwback, the Evo Pearl.
Okay.
Yep.
Amleto loves that Bigfoot, too.
Yeah, that ball's great. I've got 2 of them with me. I haven't thrown the new one very much to know if I like it or not, but that Cuda's made me a lot of money on Wednesdays. I usually don't have an answer that quick, but we've got some great balls out right now. So.
I'm a high school coach, Matt, and last year my starting 5 were all two-handers.
How do you feel about that?
I've got 20 kids on my roster now at home, and I think maybe 3 put their thumb in the ball. So how do you think I feel about it?
Well, how many two-handers do you have that put their thumb in the ball? Any of them?
None.
That's good.
Yeah. I had old schoolers that were running around the very first practice we ever had 6 years ago, and I had a bunch of kids coming in, and they were grabbing the plastic balls off the rack because they didn't even have their own bowling balls yet. And so they were doing that, throwing them two-handed, making them hook on the lane. Yep. And a couple of guys said, you're gonna fix that, right? And I said, I'm not fixing anything. I'm going to make it better.
Yeah.
And that's what we've done. I had my mix is perfect. I've got 3 on the right and 2 on the left. I mean, for the starting 5 on my team.
Yeah.
And
that's perfect.
It is.
So do you think what's the percentage do you think right now are two-handed versus one-handed? What do you think you're on? Is it 50-50 yet?
No.
Okay, so when is it going to be? When will it be 75-25? Will it be in our lifetime, you think? And will it ever be
How old are you?
38.
I'm 43.
Do you think in 40 years, if we make it that long, which I hope we do,
We should.
will it be, I don't know, it's 80, 78, yeah. So will it be 75% by then, you think?
Yeah.
I'd say so.
Can you imagine what that would be like? So what evolves from that?
I know. Like, what's next?
Yeah, what like, do we put more oil in the lane? Do we make, well, we don't know. I mean, 40 years is a lot can change in 10 years.
Now, what if they went the opposite way? Okay. What if all of a sudden they said, "Hey, most amount of milliliters on a lane you can put is 10."
First of all, who's they?
I don't know who.
Whoever puts the oil out.
Okay.
Right. We're not getting into that.
Yeah, so
kinda like the women
good,
around the
good. Leave that part out of this because
Yeah.
that first of all, yeah,
We're not even
we
going to
all-
say the lane man.
and it's not even that. It's not, I'm just saying that it would have to be a business decision.
Okay.
For some
All right.
reason.
I've got it. I've got it to be politically correct here, everybody. I got it all figured out. There is an oil shortage in the world. Okay. And the United States government and all of the other governments throughout the world say, hey, we want bowling to still be around, but you guys have to reduce the oil consumption. So the most amount you can put out on a lane is 10 milliliters at a time.
And the government's going to monitor it.
Yes.
Interesting.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
interesting.
All right.
How's that sound?
That's
Okay.
fine with me.
That's-
Okay,
that's
so let's say
correct.
that were to happen.
That's fine with me.
10 milliliters.
Put
10
it wherever you
milliliters.
want.
A third of what we get now. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
So then
Straighter is greater.
that puts ball companies out of business.
They could develop bowling balls with their R&D departments that match up beautifully on 10 milliliter oil patterns.
Probably be like 2 balls.
Well, now, okay. So what you're using the knowledge that
And they
you
wouldn't
have.
cost very much.
You're using the knowledge that you have about bowling balls right
Correct,
now
yeah.
to
with
answer
you.
that question,
I'm with
and
you.
we don't know what they're going to come up with.
I'm with
so
you. I'm with you.
you see what I mean?
Yeah.
There's always somebody going to build a better mousetrap. is
they
what
may
used to
they
say.
may make bowling balls that repel oil to create more oil on the surface of the ball
To move it down on.
to help your ball not hook. You instead of using a chamois, you would never use one because you want as much oil on that ball as possible because they're so dry.
We could come up with some interesting stuff right
Yeah.
now.
Right.
I never understood the technology or how it would work, but remember when they were still playing around with the oilless lane when they were trying to come up with a lane that you never put oil on,
Yes.
and it would still make you shape the ball.
Yeah, because it would be the slickness of the surface of the lane that created the pattern.
And it would be different in parts of the lane to make the ball
Yeah.
do different things out there. But to me, there would still be friction using the same bowling balls that we're using right now, and I don't understand how that would work. But
I do know how it would work.
Really?
I came up with the idea of
All right.
how this would work. All right?
Please tell us.
The entire lane is like a refrigeration unit. And you can specifically, it's like a LED board. You know an LED where it's all these little pixels? Well, you've got all these little heating and cooling elements all the way up and down the lane.
Well, that would be expensive.
Okay, so where it's freezing, the
Where it
ball slides.
Right?
When
It's
it's
hot.
when it's 120 degrees, it hooks.
we got to see what the chat's saying about this stuff.
Wow. That's interesting. We're getting deep. into
Yeah.
this here.
Oilless lane.
Yeah.
Wow. Is that the only way it could be done, you think?
No, that's just the way I thought of. Because if you figure, we always compare bowling to snow tires, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you get your snow tires on the car, you put it in ice, doesn't go anywhere,
Scratch the ball up.
Yeah.
right? So imagine if we put some ice down there.
You got
Who do we call?
Ghostbusters.
The dude bowls league here. I don't know how to call the desk.
Yeah, we don't have a button. You guys have one on your.
You look up the phone number and call for him.
Yeah.
Oilless lane. That's interesting.
You had never heard that before?
No. No, I haven't.
Yeah, then that wasn't how they were planning to build it. It was just using slicker
Yeah,
surfaces.
sure. Which would be the more cost-effective way, probably, versus your pixels and refrigeration and heat.
But it would be super expensive. You're right.
Yeah. But it would be very, and trying to fix all that too. You'd have to replace panel. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It could work. I guess.
Do you remember, these ice bars where,
Yeah.
like, you set your beer and it's, like, on ice?
I got another one.
Okay.
What about, you know how you have shuffleboard?
Yeah.
Sand. But you would also have to have a different type of bowling ball. So what you got now probably wouldn't work. May work. I don't know. The sand's always going to move around too. So
Yeah. That's true. It's gonna and your ball's gonna get tracked out. So the ball companies will sell a lot more balls.
Unless we make a ball that doesn't
That's
track.
that's like the hardest ball ever.
Yeah. So all of a sudden we don't need soft bowling balls anymore. We want them to be as hard as possible. That's going to change everything, though. You know, if it does come to that. Could you imagine? 40 years from now, we're going to sit back and we're going to be like, we talked about this. Shuffleboard.
Okay, I'll give you another one for the two-handed thing. I'm just thinking of ways if two-handed was not a way to create more power and get better pin carry.
Okay.
What if all of a sudden one day they go, man, this game got too easy. Lanes are 120 feet in length, and you can only oil 60 feet.
Oh my God.
That's short oil. We've had that already.
Yeah, and think about short oil. Cheetah pattern? Who struggled on the cheetah pattern at the World Series of Bowling for like 6 years? And was like, wouldn't even be in the cut. And then after Scorpion and Shark and whatever would be like top 5 going in the World Championship. Belmo.
Yeah.
Now, he's gotten better on short, but that's because the pitch black came out.
Could you imagine having 60 feet of another 60 feet where there's no wall?
Right? So you would want your ball. You would not want many revolutions. You'd want your ball rolling off the end of that thing.
Holy moly.
Well, the perspective of the lane, I mean, the dimensions of the lane would have to be way different. Maybe not, but, I mean, it would have to almost be different.
What about skinnier lanes?
That's it. That's the next one. Yep.
Skinnier lanes?
Yep. Because if you made them wider, it would make you want to hook it more.
Yeah.
But what if the lanes what if you got rid of an arrow on each side? But then you got less pins down lane.
You know,
yeah, I can't put them closer together because that'd be easier.
I talk a lot of theory with the kids. You know,
Thank you.
There are times when we'll have 45 minutes of classroom before we do a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And one of them just came up to me this past week, and they said that they had folded a piece of paper into what a lane would look like, so you could see how long it was and how wide it was, and just the perspective of how skinny a lane really is.
Yeah.
You know, 40 inches, which is basically 3 feet.
Yeah.
Versus 60 feet. It's 20 times as
Big
long
difference.
as it is wide.
Sure.
So it's just a crazy. Guys, we have our folks. I wouldn't say guys. Not allowed to do that anymore. You can't do it on Survivor. You can't do it here. So after game number 5, Lambert and Wolf move up to first place at 398. And
is that Mike Wolf?
Yeah, it would be.
Wow.
And they were fifth.
He dumped Brett Shepard, and look what happened.
Yep. Brett, are you in the chat? Brett, are you in the chat?
Jab him hard.
Yeah.
Turn the knife, too.
Yeah.
Martel and Garcia second right now, 356. So we're getting some separation at the top. White and Sherpinski, 315. Flanagan and Rice, 314. We've got a tie for 5th and 6th at 303 with Ceramic and Denton, Wilcox and Richardson. It goes to 285 next. In 7th place, Pate and Lloyd. Schaefer and Matson, 279. Wiley and Monens, 273. Wiley and Monens were in first place last game at 339, and they went to 273.
They had a bad game.
Wow. And in 10th, Hamilton and Lamp at 269. Last game, there were 13 teams that were 200 over. This game, there are 20 teams that are 200 over, so it's bunching up a little bit in the center, but we got some separation at the top.
But you know what the real story here is right now, is right in front of us. Michael Martel and Nate Garcia, who are in second right now. Nate can finish out right here. We've been watching it all game, 247, and Martel can bowl 280.
So when they got over here, I don't know if you saw it or not, but Nate got down on the floor. I mean, and he had his chin on the approach, looking at where the balls have been going down the lane on the left lane. and I was looking at him, and he was down there for quite a time, looking to see how that's. I'm going to watch him to see if he does the same thing when he goes to the next pair.
You know, the first person I saw do that was Bob Hill.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, what are you doing? He goes, come here, show you. Of course, you can see the line.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's a good tool to have.
Yeah.
You look like an idiot, but.
I actually thought we needed bowling range finders like in golf, where you pull out your range finder, you get to inspect the rack, how close are the pins together, and through the goggles, it would like tell you if like it would light up red if like, oh, that pin's too far apart for your
That was
pocket.
huge.
So if it's like yellow or red, you're like, I'm gonna take a re-rack.
Yeah, folks. These guys are second place. They are 42 pins behind the leaders right now, but they're shooting a monster game. Something that's cool that I just learned. Have you guys ever seen somebody that's an open bowler? They'll be using the plastic ball, and they go out there and they throw the ball like backwards with their fingers like this and their thumb.
Yeah.
And the ball does like this, and it slows down and it slows down. And as soon as it gets to the end of the oil, it'll do like this, and it'll go real
forward.
fast.
Yeah.
I told my kids, if you don't ever know how far down the lane the oil goes, that's the first test that you do when you walk into a bowling center is get a plastic ball off the rack and go up there and go like this and watch when the ball starts to roll real fast on the other end.
I'm going to do that tomorrow on my first shot.
That's a good
pull
idea.
these off.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to throw it real slow.
Yeah.
No, here's what you do. You get your entire pair to gather around. Say, guys, you guys want to win this tournament? You guys want to all be here on Sunday? Come 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, we won last year. I'm going to tell you right now the key to victory. The key to victory.
This
do
is
this
what we did.
every
Throwing a plastic
tournament.
ball backwards down
All
the
right.
lane.
You see that house ball over there? I'm going to go up there and take one for the team. And I want you all to tell me about how long you think this pattern is.
Yeah.
I hope we're right here tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it.
We're talking it over with Matt Ogle if you're just joining us, by the way.
127 over with a 10 fill here for Martel and Garcia. That's a fantastic game.
That puts them to plus what?
That will put them to plus 180 or 483.
483.
Yep.
With 2 to play.
With 2 to play. And Lambert and Wolf, are they down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're down there, and I can't really see what they're doing. But
I
got
got to go swap a game of graphics, so I'll be able to tell
They're
you.
at the end of their game down there, so you
They're
can
not
kind of.
looking too good.
Yeah.
Maybe 450.
That's not fun down there, anyways.
No.
That's like purgatory down there.
Yeah,
So,
the dungeon.
yep.
How wore out are you already?
Well, I wasn't here for the morning block. Mike told me I didn't have to get here until like mid-morning, and then I still had some stuff to do in the office this morning, so I was watching them the first 2 games at home. I'm about an hour and a half away drive, and I listened to them on the way up. So I got here right at the beginning of game 8 this morning, and so I really wasn't sitting here, but it's a little taxing.
It's
sitting here.
Yeah, it's hard to watch for 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours like you guys do.
Unless you pick out something that we're actually looking for like we have been here. This pair is this morning, and even the first part of B squad, this pair was not fun to bowl on.
No.
37 was crazy on the right side. It was just hooking so much more than 38. And again, you only get 5 shots, and especially if you're like in contention in the top 5 or something like that, you don't take a big chance. I mean, you just kind of grind it out. And
Wolf and Lambert 440. I'll be right back.
so that's not so bad then.
Open in the 10th for Lambert.
Ugh.
So Martel and Garcia go to, I said, 473, right?
83, you said. But
483, and then Wolf and Lambert go to 438 or so.
50 back.
Yep, a big flip there.
Yeah.
Marty, what truck are you looking for here? We're fixing to go to game number 7.
He already changed the graphic.
I don't know that he did.
He did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. So it's on there. So, and by the way, Marty, I appreciate that earlier whenever you said I should run for president, but geez, why would you wish that on somebody? I just don't get it anymore. I mean, that whole mess is just a mess for anybody, no matter what. So Missouri doesn't need a president.
So Packy bowled on a
100-foot lane somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. 120-foot lane would take me 2 minutes from my body.
Yeah.
Chuck throws it slow, I guess.
Yeah.
This is what you're talking about, where it takes a minute for them to get here.
Yeah, and there is a little bit of separation going on right now, but it's not nearly as bad. I mean, we literally had folks bowling in the 6th frame on one pair and people just joining them on the left. So, I mean, that's how bad it was in the middle of the next block. We're actually 2 games to go, and it is
1 game to go. Well, 2. They're already done with that, but
they're starting game.
7.
Yeah, they're starting
right,
game number
2
7.
games,
So we got
sorry.
2 games to go, and it is 11:15. If it takes a half an hour a game, let's be generous. I mean, it should only take 20 minutes a game, right?
Should, yeah. But we're getting to those times where you're going to throw more than
Right.
12. You know.
So let's say it takes a half an hour game. Even if it takes a little bit more than that, that's still 11:45. That's better than what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Much better than
Even
what
if
I thought
it's
it was going to
12,
be.
12:15, that's still
Yeah.
better than 1 o'clock.
I was expecting 12:30 to 12:45 is what I was expecting. So that's even better than
So you guys are going to get a little more sleep.
a little more sleep than we thought. Yeah. The nice part about it is I just have to come and sit down. I don't have any responsibilities of anything else as
Right.
far as the rest of this stuff is concerned. So that's kind of nice about that. Tomorrow you have to use your brain a little bit more because we'll have a combined standings for the first 3 squads today, and then
You'll be keeping up
it's
with the
easier
numbers,
to try to keep up with the numbers tomorrow. But I tell you what, adding that 5th squad was a little bit of a challenge because you had to pay attention. And again, I mean, think about it. We say that the squads, we filled it from a waiting list, but if you wanted to be in the tournament from before you probably were in the tournament, that would be the people that were on the waiting list who probably have not bowled the tournament very often, or they just got in here really late. So that squad this morning was probably not the strength that these other 4 established squads are. And that's one of the reasons why tomorrow's afternoons, that's why there's 48 teams on the squad instead of 46. They bowled on that squad before, and they were unwilling to move. And so he had one that said they would move, but the second one said they would not. And so, and that was a decision made this year. So I don't know. I guess for reservation purposes, they're probably going to go until the squads are full, and they're only going to do 46 from this point on. But it was a mid-year decision, and they already had them on this squad. So once they got the 47, they went ahead and added the 48 so that the pace would be the same across the house.
Not much to see here yet as we're transitioning into game 7.
Right, and I'm looking at my other pair. There's nobody there yet either. So what we're watching here is all the action that there is going into game number 7. Like I said, we've got 2 more games to go tonight, folks. Just gave you standings for game number 5. You can find those on Inside Bowling's Twitter feed as well. So
make sure you hit that subscribe button.
Yep. Do that.
Follow along.
Do the like button on this telecast or this broadcast here on the YouTube channel. There is a second channel in case you wanted to follow bowlers that were above us and bowling on lanes 41 to 44. You can find that on YouTube by just looking at the second channel. So there's no commentary there, but Chuck Bruner says he has a question for you, Matt. What's your question, Chuck?
I cannot wait for this.
I know. I was going to say it, but based on his input before, I'm anticipating as well.
This
So
is
that's
not going
good.
to be good. He's about to get fired. Can't do that because then I got nobody.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Mike's running around again.
Can we block him somehow real quick? So I don't have to see this question?
No, I want to see the question.
Yeah, of course you do.
Oh, here we
Do
go.
you feel you were better two-handed than one-handed? Better two-handed or one-handed? I've had this question asked before. I can't really answer. One-handed before my injury, or right at the injury happened, I was at the top of my game. I felt like I was bowling great. I wasn't on tour. And people have told me that the two-handed deal with the wrist injury is a blessing in disguise. whether it is or not, I don't know. It's worked out for me, but I don't know. I mean, I can't. It's not really a question I can answer. I don't know. I feel like I'm better. It's hard to answer that really because you can't really compare it now. Because what I'm doing now, I wasn't doing then. So, I wasn't in the caliber of tournaments that I am now, and I don't know. Hey, bud. I don't know. I would say probably I'm probably better two-handed. If you want to say now versus when I had the injury, I would say probably better two-handed.
I don't know that I saw you a whole lot when you were throwing one-handed, but you're pretty solid two-handed. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, no, you really are.
Well, I had a 500 rev rate one-handed, which is probably had a lot to do with my wrist injury. Of course, landscaping, lawn care, all that.
Right.
It's more to it than just carrying a weed eater around and cutting grass, but all that has to do with it too.
Yeah, I'm going to take some video of you and a couple of the others tomorrow that are bowling. I use video a lot when I'm teaching my kids.
Yeah.
We practice usually on Sunday nights when the bowling center is closed at home. Luckily, I've got 3 bowling centers in my high school conference, and 2 of them gave me keys, so I get to go in there when they're closed, and we get to have practices with nobody around. So,
cool.
And we don't care what lane condition is left in there, whether they leave it from the night before or over the weekend. We just go in there and bowl. We figure out what we got and stuff like that. But this past Sunday night, I had one-on-ones with every single kid on my team. And it was particularly on the release itself. I blew up where their hand position was as their arm swing comes behind their body, whether they're two-handed or one-handed, either one.
Yeah.
Look when their hand position starts to change and where their fingers are at the point of release.
Yeah.
And there's just a couple of kids that have really, really improved for me. And it's fun to show them what they're doing because especially the ones that are still working so hard to get the ball to do anything.
Yeah.
And then to show them somebody who looks like they don't do anything at all to the bowling ball, and the ball hooks way more than even, so it's just.
I did a clinic last night, and they're like, that looks so effortless. I'm like, it doesn't feel that way, I promise.
Yeah?
But.
It doesn't feel that way for you, huh?
No, not at all. It feels like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it's very easy. Now, there's times, when I'm bowling well, it feels pretty easy. But, like, if I'm just starting the block or something, I'm still trying to get a little loose or trying to figure out the pattern, my swing gets a little looser once I'm lined up versus, trying to get lined up. So I feel like I'm more compact when I'm trying to get lined up versus, loose and I'm throwing strikes. And so it doesn't feel like it's as easy. And, like you were saying, you don't want your hand behind your back. One-handed or two-handed, you want a straight arm swing.
Right.
Absolutely.
So this is one of my kids, and he's not even in my A team right now, but he worked on his release over the summertime. This is, you can see that his front hand is leading his backhand, and I like the way he does that. But give me your opinion here.
I'm going to say he doesn't slide.
No, he's a planter.
Yeah, like me. Oh, that's great release.
Isn't it a fantastic release?
That's great.
And he did that on his own over the summertime.
That's right. He's probably watching videos. That's right.
He's got to be. I mean, and besides that, I mean, if you take a look at the follow-through on top of it, this is what I like the most about it, how effortless it is.
Oh,
look how he gets his arm up in the air.
The only thing I would like to see is his trail leg down.
Well, and you're going to see the reason why you want to see that, because watch what happens.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? If he had his trail leg down, it would be different.
That has a lot to do with how fast he's walking, too.
Right.
Yeah, if you could slow him down, that would help him a lot.
I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to see how much left he steps. I'm starting to catch a little bit more about the mechanics of the two-handed release, Matt, and so it's.
He's got the hop too, which it's not bad.
No, I don't mind the hop at all, but he doesn't really step left. You can see he doesn't really step left a whole lot to clear his body out of the way, and I'm wondering if sometime that might help him a little bit, just leverage-wise and balance-wise.
And the balance, like I said, has a lot to do with how fast he's walking because he's planting. He has nowhere to go but to the right.
Oh, good point. I never thought about that, but that's a great point.
I have that same issue sometimes because I'm going so fast, and he's throwing it this way, right?
Yeah.
So he has that's the only way he can go. So if he can either slide or walk slower. That'll keep him.
Well, so I'm going to
balanced.
start looking. I'm going to look now and see where he starts his approach and see if he needs to give himself a little bit more room up there, and because it looks like he's coming right down on the plant too. There's not like he's planting behind the line or anything like that. So that's I love being able to get some input from folks like yourself on that.
Absolutely.
But his release, I use his release even for one-handers to show them where the fingers.
Let me see that full speed, if you can.
Yeah.
So is he starting up here?
No, I think I probably caught him midstream
Okay.
there. So basically.
Yeah, so he's still running up there, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, he has nowhere else to go but to the right because he's planting and he's going so fast.
Yep.
I tried to tell that to some kids last night, and they didn't. They understand it, but it takes time to get that fixed.
Sure, it does.
And it's going to feel different. Any changes you make in your game, this goes to everybody. Any changes you make in your game is going to feel different until your muscles get the memory of doing that over and over and over. So if you make a change, I tell everybody this too, when you make changes to your game is going to get worse before it gets better. So you just have to adapt to that.
Oh, yeah.
For a little while, even in league, unless it's a big money league, but even if it is, you still need to lay off the jackpots, the bowler strikes, whatever it might be, and practice that if you really want to get better at it.
Right. Well, these kids shouldn't be bowling.
No. I'm just talking about in general.
You're right.
Anybody out there listening.
Yeah.
And anybody that doesn't slide, I recommend sliding because that's a lot of torque on your body. And I don't slide, and I should. But at this point in my game, I think I'm just going to let it go until. He's a good one too.
He's probably my most talented one. He's getting recruited right now by.
Yeah, run that back. Do it again.
I will. I've got another video of him too.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He's tall too.
And he about a year ago, he was a foot shorter than that. I mean, I'm serious. I turned to him. I was talking to him, and I was looking. We were standing and we were watching, and we were both facing forward. And I turned to look at him, to say something to him, and he's like eye to eye with me right now instead of what he would. And I said, when did that happen? Tell me when that happened.
Overnight.
I make him buy black pants to go with our shirts, and I wonder how many black pants his parents have had to buy since.
Goodness, yeah.
You know what I mean? I never thought about that kind of stuff, but.
They're rolling through the money on that.
Yep.
Is this
the same guy? Yeah. Now that one, that wasn't a great shot.
Let's run that back a little bit. I'll give you a little on that too.
Okay.
Go ahead. So, him being that long, I would like to see his arm straight versus bent. No, come back a little bit. Right there. Come back a little more. Right here.
You'd like to see his top arm?
Yeah, this one here.
Okay.
I'd like to see that straight and not so high.
All right.
And that way that it gets his swing a little smoother and it's not so straight down.
All right.
You know what I mean? So steep.
Let's look at one more of him. I got one more of him right here.
Yeah, see, that's fine. You can leave it there.
Okay.
But if he doesn't have that steep, he'll be a lot more consistent as being balanced. And he won't be so bent over, so forward.
Okay.
Because the more that he can keep his shoulders back, that keeps you balanced. Obviously, you know that. But
yeah.
And to keep him from being so steep with his arm.
Yep. All right, folks. So I just got some free help on coaching my two-handers, and honestly, I'm not afraid of it. I watch, I teach, I point out different things to them, and so many of them still want to start out with their hand like this in the front, and that gets them on the side of the ball so fast.
So I had a kid last night. He was holding it right here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, put that on top. That way you don't, because he would take it here, and then he would get right before he released, he'd bring it up on top. And I'm like, you don't want to do that. It's too much work. Too much can go wrong.
And it looks to me like, and tell me if I'm mistaken here, but it looks to me like that front hand has to be the one that's bearing most of the weight whenever it's pushing the ball up in your backswing, correct? Or not?
No, momentum's holding that in your hand.
Momentum is holding it in your hand? Okay.
Basically, that's just a guide to keep it from going left to right.
Got it.
In my
okay.
opinion.
All right.
For me, it is. And I think that goes for just about everybody. Now for him being so steep, probably not. Now, if he we still got momentum coming back, but he's so steep with it, he's probably having to hold that a little bit with his left
All right.
or right hand, but he's
Yep.
left-handed.
Okay.
So, yeah, but I'll send you a bill on that later.
All right, that's great.
Just kidding.
No, it's fine.
No, absolutely not. I'm not doing that. Anytime I can help kids, it's great. And if you have any questions anytime, feel free to just send me an email or a text
All
or
right.
call or
Definitely. I will take advantage of that.
message on whatever.
I lost 2 seniors last year. Both of them were two-handed, and I've got 5 ready to take their spots, and that's a state championship team
That's great.
that
You can't beat that.
that we had. So I mean, I'm very, very optimistic as far as our chances again this year.
Yeah.
So
Any new news, Mike?
Any new news?
Yeah.
I like that. Well,
We do have 6 in a row in front of us.
there's a lot of folks now that are kind of just
Done.
enjoying the night, visiting the bar.
I think some of them are visiting the bar game 4.
Yep.
You know, something that I've tried to put into my game more physically than anything is more water, not so much beer when I bowl. Obviously, you can't drink on tour, but now league I'll drink some beer, right? It's 3 games, you're not really. But tournaments, I'll try to drink water, leave the sodas out, leave the beer out, maybe once a week, but mostly water and hydration drinks for 2 weeks before the tournament. And I think your kids should probably think about that as well because they bowl all day long, right? In college, they're going to go to college.
They're going to go to college,
and
yeah.
they'll be bowling all day, standing all day, bowling 8, 10 games, whatever it may be. And that's a lot of fatigue on your body. And I've noticed that drinking more water, less beer in tournaments such as this, my stamina is 10 times better than it would be if I was, getting dehydrated, drinking beer, and also your concentration's a lot more too. You get 4, 5, 6 beers and you start to lose focus. But I think that had a lot to do last year with our bowling too, because Dole doesn't drink while he bowls. I think we had 1 or 2 the last game of our qualifying block, but that has a lot to do with some of some of these people that. Some of these guys that are bowling, I mean, they may be bowling good, but they're probably getting fatigued because they've got 6, 8, 10 beers in them. That's 2, 3 shots a game. That's a lot of pins.
right.
That you need on Sunday, or Saturday night.
I always compare this kind of stuff to when we watch things like swimming in the Olympics or running in the Olympics, and the difference between 1st and 5th place is hundredths of a second.
Not much at all.
Right?
yeah.
Hundredths of a second. So on this level, if you transpose that idea, 1 hit in 3 games or 1 hit in 4 games could be the difference between you and the 3 guys above you in the standings.
Absolutely. And something else, I was preaching to those kids last night, and you should probably incorporate this in your coaching, is stretching. I stretch 3 times a day, a week or 2 before the tournament. Any tournament I go to, I stretch when I get done bowling. I stretch before I bowl, and that gives you an edge on the field because most of these guys, women, whoever, whatever it may be, are throwing 5, 6, wasting 5, 6 minutes of bowling, trying to get loose, whereas I'm already getting lined up, trying to figure out, go through my balls and figure out what balls I need to use. And some guys and ladies may be waiting a game or 2 to be completely loose and ready to go, whereas,
Right.
Guys that are stretching or workout or whatever it might be are ready to go. They're not wasting time with a game. They might bowl 200 where they could bowl 240 or 50 and get those extra pins. I always try to get an edge on the field. That's where
Something. So I had the opportunity to take a team of 10 at one point. I think this was in Albuquerque to the Open, and Mike Jasnow was at a local bowling center that was and doing he would do lessons with a group of 10 on a pair of lanes. He was that was the program that he
That's
had going
tough.
on. at the time. And it wasn't lessons necessarily. What it was
Tips.
is I'm going to teach the two of you teams to, if you're going to bowl in the same pair together at the Open, I'm going to teach you how to break this pair down correctly.
How to help each other.
Yeah. And before he would even let them get up there and throw a ball to warm up, he stopped everybody and said, do not warm up in the wrong part of this lane.
Yeah.
Even while you're loosening up, make sure that it's in the right part of the lane, because you do not want to wreck the pattern going out there and throwing
100%.
bowling balls
Absolutely.
in the wrong part. And you don't realize, I mean, at the level that some of those folks come from, they don't understand how much difference it makes when you throw a sanded bowling ball 3 times down the wrong part of the lane.
And once you throw the ball down the lane, it's no longer that pattern anymore.
No, it isn't. Right.
Most people don't understand that either.
I remember the look on one of our people's faces. This to date this whole thing. This is back when the hot sauce was brand new. I mean, it was shiny and it was brand new.
That was a good one too.
Right, it was. So this guy went out there with a brand new hot sauce to the Open Championships, and we were at a local bowling center practicing, and Jazz is down there talking to all of us, and he's watching everybody's ball reaction. And the guy got done throwing a bowling ball, and he's a talented bowler, but he threw a bowling ball down the lane, and it comes back, and Jazz picks it up, and he had a 1,000 Abralon in his hand, and he spun it.
Yeah,
he spun
yeah.
it, and the guy's
Lost his
eyes,
mind.
he lost his mind. That's a brand new ball. You're taking the surface off
Scratching
the
it all
eye.
up. Yeah.
He said, "What is going now? It's going to hook too much."
Yeah.
And when it was the craziest thing in the world to watch this guy.
Yeah.
To watch this guy,
They
you know,
spent
his reaction
$200
to
on a
it,
ball.
and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
And then the guy beat us all by 100 pins in all events.
Yeah. Slowed his ball
And he didn't
down.
do anything else to the bowling ball for the rest of the tournament. He didn't even freshen it up
Oh,
before doubles and singles. He
that's
just,
perfect.
yep. But for the fact that happened, so. All right, I think we've got what they're saying here is a combined standings. So I can tell you now that, first of all, on this squad, after 6 games, Martel and Garcia in the lead, 482. White and Terpisky second at 472. Lambert and Wolf third. They went from first to third, 446. There is a 99-pin difference between third and fourth place. 347 in fourth place, David and Hyman. Big jump there. Ceramic and Denton, 335 over, tied with Wilcox and Richardson for 5th and 6th, it appears. 7th place, Hamilton and Lamp, 332. 8th, Pate and Lloyd, 325. Then we got a pair of 290s, somethings, Timmerman and Lamond, and Flanagan and Rice. So if we were to take a look right now at what would be, at this point, let's say, if we're going for 46, that's basically, what do we say, 27, 28 spots at this point would be what we would want to be in 46.
Yeah.
So let's say 28.
300 over.
We've got, let's say for 350, we've got 4 here and 22 here. That's 26.
Yeah.
So 350. And then we got a bunch of 330. So we got a 335, a 335, a 334, 332. Yeah, so 340 right now is on pace to make that first cut.
Wow.
At this point.
What was it last year? Do we know?
438. Was it, Mike?
It'll probably get there.
I thought they said 436 or something.
It'll get there. It'll get there by tomorrow's squads.
But 340 is what it's looking like right now for 28th place combined with all 3 squads. Yeah. And obviously C squad still has 2 more games to go.
Yeah.
So there's probably, I mean, they can always shoot a big game, but let's say 2 games, I would count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 teams, 250 or over on this squad.
It's going to surpass last year's cut number because we have more bowlers too, in my opinion. Guys, I hate to leave good company. I think I'm going to get out of here because I have to bowl in the morning.
Mike didn't tell you the secret, I don't think. He told Jeff earlier, but the secret is there's two ways to get out of here. One, you got to say, oh, I'm going to go stretch my legs and I'll be back later, or I'm done, I'll see you tomorrow. And I think he just did that without him
have to tell me.
without even telling you that. So that's pretty good. So,
Oh, man.
You know, it was fun. Thanks for coming, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for letting me in here, guys. I appreciate it. Y'all do a great job. Look forward to tomorrow. Hopefully you guys get a little rest tonight.
I'm going to get double what I got last night.
You get much?
3 hours.
Oh.
he set up last night. So
Oh, yeah, he said, yeah.
it's better than having to set up this morning with all the stuff going on in this place.
And
sure.
I still finished a few things this morning,
you?
but all the everything was taped down.
That's good.
Everything was in place. So
All righty. Well, you guys enjoy the night.
Thanks, Matt.
I'll see you around.
Matt,
Sounds
thanks for
good.
the help on
Yeah.
the kids, too. I
Yeah.
can't wait to go
No
home and tell them. So
No
that's
problem.
awesome.
Anytime. Just let me know.
All right, we'll do.
All right. See you guys.
Matt Ogle, everybody. Oh, one of those good dudes out there, man.
Absolutely.
I love his landscaping business, man.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. While you were gone, I was showing him, I told him that the last practice that I had at home was really cool and that I had done an individual video on every single one of the kids, and we sat and we dialed down their release. I blew it up and showed them where their hand was and how it got there and all that kind of stuff. And he said, run that back for me. Show me full speed. I would change, I'd have him do this or that. And they're all two-handers, so why wouldn't I take his advice on it, you know? And that was really cool to have that input on those kids like that.
Very cool.
My two-handed lefties, I want to get to Springfield and have Kevin at least give them some tips. I want the tricks now, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not teaching they're fundamentally okay. I'm sure there's other things we could do, but I want to know what's your, most percentage way of making sure that you never miss a 7-pin. What as a two-hander, what do you do? And that's the kind of stuff that I want for them now. The biggest thing that I miss or that I don't catch fast enough is that they've been bowling for 3 years and they've got no instinct. They're good at what they do, but they've got no instinct whatsoever. So everything's a learning experience for them right now.
You know what I just learned?
Tell me.
That we have scores after 6
Yeah.
on the screen.
Very good.
I know we've had them here, and
Just a few moments, but that was nice that he brought them out. And the combo thing is helping a lot, so you can see kind of what's going on. We're looking for 28 now.
yeah, and on the combo thing, I have that too.
But the way it's sorting them, it's not doing it. It's not sorting them by the plus or minus.
No.
I wish it would, because then it would put the 6s and 8s mixed up. You know, and it would, but it would show you where you are plus or minus on the scoreboard. So. Did you know Lee Boudouris is bowling this squad?
I did. I went down and asked him how he was doing, and he said, Joe and I are playing bingo now. And I'm like, I don't know what that means, but okay.
All bad, all bad.
They are really curving. Right through here in our bay.
Each person coming through here right now could give me 0.2 miles an hour. It wouldn't hurt their game all that much.
No.
And I could get some speed back.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I think you deserve it.
That looked like me a lot on Tuesday night. not as many two-handers in this tournament as I would have expected.
Maybe they're all coming tomorrow.
Maybe. The couple that I've seen are actually pretty good. Pace-wise, this is not so bad. I think it's a little faster than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I was expecting 12:30 to 12:45, and I think we're going to get done a half an hour earlier than that.
So I've been known to like to play music.
That you can't do on a YouTube channel, though, correct?
You can if you use Epidemic Sound,
Okay.
because I have a subscription and it's linked to my channel.
Okay.
So this is going to be non-mainstream songs.
Oh, okay.
So this is what I want the chat to do, and you to do, Dennis, is we're going to play some music, and we're just gonna kind of rate the songs, scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best, and we'll play a few,
Okay.
just to liven things up.
Okay. Because we need a little livening right now.
Okay, I'm feeling like a 3 right now. You want to take it up to a 4 instantaneously?
Well, is that a xylophone that I'm hearing?
I think so. If you want to take it up to a 4 almost immediately, all you have to do is look at the on-screen graphics and the Santa hat.
Oh,
And now it's a 4,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
Did you feel that? Did
Yeah.
you feel it kick into a 4?
Yeah.
I just felt it kick into a 4. I guess this.
I like the beginning better than I like this part right here.
Yeah, I don't know what this is about.
Yeah. See, that part was good right there.
That was nice.
Yeah.
All right, let's try this one. I've never heard these songs before in my life. Little snare drum. Is this Kevin Williams?
I don't think it's Kevin Williams. I think it's Kevin from Pentatonics.
Oh, could be. Could be. This would be a good, like, switch and pair song. What do you think?
This is not bad.
I'm looking for some words from a song, maybe eventually. All right, I'm going to give this like a 4. I got to hear some music. All right, I was trying to go Christmas, okay?
Well, I think you kind of hit that part. I mean, I was going to say that at the beginning, but I think that's... Got some people voting in the chat.
They got sound effects on here, too. You hear there's supposed to be planes in the area, Dennis. Not that kind of plane. Okay. All right. How about this kind of? Huh.
All don't hear anything.
This is I don't either. But supposedly there's military jets in the area. All right, let's get out of here. Let's try to find something else. What kind of mood are we in? Euphoric? This should be like a silent film and turn everything to black and white.
I can see 1940s.
Hello, everyone.
Girls. When the guys went to war, the girls that came home that were home, and
Welcome to game number 8. We're here. It's going to be great. Right here in game number 8. Game number 8. It's going to be great. Game number 8. It's gonna 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 be great. Game number 8. Game number 8. Game number 8. Game number 8. It's gonna be great. Nick Pate, he's great. Nick Pate, he's great. What do you think, Nick?
Oh my God, this is pretty good. I heard they were singing.
Can you sing along?
Game number 8.
Game number 8. Game number 8. What's it gonna be?
Great.
It's gonna be great. Nick Pate here. Nick Pate here. Notice we all are wearing some shade of red.
we are.
What do you think?
This is more fun in here than out there.
Yeah.
What's the number to get to?
So this is after. Yeah.
I'm gonna go change the game up graphic real quick.
Yeah. They got you guys mixed in here, so this is after game 6 here, and this is what's posted. Right now, we're saying, I mean, if it's just 28 spots, because that's pace for making it in, right now it's 350.
That's going to be the number?
Well, that's what it is right now.
Okay.
Now, I don't know how the squad tomorrow is going to affect that, but right now it's right at 350 is what it's looking like.
If they bold on this, I think 350 is a good number. They're a little tricky.
Yeah?
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go get it.
So would you guys have game 7?
4-0 something. Yeah.
So
we need a big one.
You need
Not a big one. Just good size one.
Yeah.
Good size one.
Go 80 over.
Yeah?
All right.
That's the plan.
Take that 80 over.
My partner's shooting 300 though.
All right, that's fine. So then you got to. That's easy then.
Bye, Nick. Oh, that's a legit mic drop.
Yep.
All right. Is Nick going to be right here in front of us?
Is he?
I guess he is.
See, we don't need anything on,
How many beers, Mike? 0. Time for the last. Oh, I would love to play some Urge.
So Nick's partner's shooting 300, and Nick's going to shoot 180, so they can go 80 over.
Okay.
Nick's partner started out with the strike. So
The name of this song is called Dance Like Mike. This is euphoric music. Oh, come on, roll that 2-pin.
he did. It's the 8-pin standard.
Oh, is it? Okay. Anybody that just tuned in, it's like,
Yeah.
are they playing this music in the center? I was just curious.
Yeah.
Is this distracting to the bowlers? I repeat, this is not distracting to the bowlers. 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 It's not distracting to the bowlers. It's not distracting to the bowlers. It's not distracting to the bowlers. Say it again. Say it again. It's not distracting to the bowlers. It's not distracting to the bowlers. Not distracting to the bowlers. Dance like Mike, finally saying it.
Dance like. Oh, they are saying it. Good.
They took him how long?
I don't know.
How long did it take him to get that into this? Can you dance like Mike?
You're dancing.
Yeah. Can you do it?
No, I can't dance.
You can't dance like Mike? Can't do it? I can do it. I can dance like Mike. Oh, yeah. Oh, listen to that. Synthesizers.
Yeah.
All right, well, they got, what do they got left now?
What do you mean?
These guys.
Well, they're
Dennis,
like,
we're talking about
they're
bowling here.
330 maybe is what they've got. We think the number before last game was 350, so they've got some work to do.
They have left now. They have 280 and 290.
280 and 290. They needed 300.
My wife just said, thanks for getting game 8 is going to be great stuck in her head. Oh boy, Storm B28 giving me a hard time about Movie Pass again. He's truly ignoring you, Mike. That's the best kind of partner. Come on, Nick, you got to get it past the break point.
He made a move off of lane 38.
The girl
didn't realize.
Walked away. You got to get it down the lane. Man, I need to, what's the most popular songs on Epidemic Sound? That's what I need to find. Popular songs. I need a popular song.
He's going to get a different ball.
All right, so I just talked to Brett back here pretty extensively. And he wants to hear more music. No, he doesn't.
Oh, my God.
Listen to how hard this ball hits. It's not very hard. That's a bunch of dudes striking down on the low end right now. You know, it'd be better if I actually knew what these things sounded like before I just hit the button.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be helpful, right?
Yeah.
I'll keep working on it. It's that time of the night.
Yeah, it's time to strike, Nick.
Yep. Let's see if they got any strike songs in here.
He got one, but it went through the nose.
It's called strike opposed, Dennis. Is this Kevin Williams? Strike a pose.
Strike a pose.
I was looking for songs with the word strike in it. Never heard it before.
Is this Madonna?
I don't know who this is. It's Vicky Vox and NBHD Nick, which would make sense. Nick Pate, you would think.
There you go. All right. Time to get started.
Tom Hess, who should be in a canoe right now with Eddie Bird somewhere in Forest Park, is not, or if he is, they're listening to us right now. He just sent me a text that says that song may not be distracting to the bowlers, but it's damn annoying.
Everyone's got an opinion.
Is Nick going to hit the 1-3 pocket on this shot, yes or no?
I told him to trust what he saw.
Jack Jamon. Oh, the can opener.
I'm glad I said that.
All right, I'm going to see if... Nick had a Triton, or what did he have? He had like a Heat. It was yellow and orange, and he won the Ebonite Winter Classic playing like 30 with this ball. And that's what he needs right now. Hey, Nick. 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 He is so in this conversation, he won't even talk to me.
Yep.
Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. You need that heat. You need that heat. That ultra heat that you won the Ebonite Classic with. Yeah. Wouldn't that be working right now? That's what you should be throwing. He's already given it away.
Come on.
Oh, my God. They are not in a canoe.
What are they doing?
But they are together.
Yeah.
Now, this is cute. This is really cute.
All right, we still got 100 over out there.
They can still get there.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
He blamed that on Sid.
He blamed it on Sid.
He did, I think. He turned around. Sid, why did he blame that on you? Why did he blame that on you? Oh, okay. Okay.
This just sent in by two lovers. Special request and dedication. This is supposed to be a love song, by the way.
It is? Oh my God. You gotta look at this. And he's got music playing that's like a love song.
They are.
You gotta listen. Oh my God.
They said it was too cold for the canoe tonight.
So they're cozy wherever they're at.
Yeah. I wish I could play royalty-free music because I would be playing, or real music because I would be playing so many songs. I'll have to figure out if there's any decent songs in this royalty-free music thing.
All right, I told them they needed 80. They can still get 80.
I think they can. Call Tom Hess.
Trip 49.
All right, we got folks want to check out the other streams. So I got to real quick take a look and see what's going on over here. What's the drama over here? Matt Brunk was making me laugh in the meeting upstairs. Oh, we got a big game. They're quite a bit behind, so we'll come back over here. We will finish there. Boom.
Still got 80.
You know, Nick Pate's got his own T-shirt out called Big Nick Energy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Big Nick Energy. You can check it out at thehousebowling.com. Well, I do know one thing about Eddie Bird and Tom Hess tomorrow. They're going to be very relaxed.
This is a big shot right here.
Oh, wow. Packed them in there.
He throws it good. I know.
Thank you, sir.
Come on, Brett. Get back ball. What am I talking about?
He went Brooklyn.
I know, what am I talking about? That was my fault. That was my fault.
They are hooking a ton.
Yeah.
And you really can't throw the ball into the lane at all.
No.
You got to find a way to get it to push, which is either lofting it in the air, extreme left to right angles, or speed. Or I guess axis rotation.
Well, I was going to say axis rotation would do it, but then you've also got to have left to right angles on that too.
Yeah,
You've got to really open the lane up if you're going to do that.
Yeah.
And Nick has chosen the loft game. Yes,
Oh.
yes. They're still there.
They are there.
This is Andre Eubanks up here that had the front 7, and I told you, and he left the 9-pin just now, but I told you I liked the way he was playing, and he did it, doing it good.
Jason Eubanks bailing out a game here.
That's big considering what his partner's doing, but they were down in the standings.
Yeah. It's always good to finish strong, though.
Makes you want to come back.
It does.
Dustin Hopkins over there with Rick. Yes. Yes.
Got standings after 7.
Looking at Mick here. We need this one to. Yes.
Oh, tilts the 5 into it.
Oh my gosh. All right, so after 7 games on this squad alone, Martel and Garcia in front, 494. Lambert and Wolf second, 32 pins behind with 462. White and Cherpesky, sorry, I've been saying that wrong in the whole squad. Sorry about that. 447. David and Hyman, 430. Timmerman and Lamont, 396. Hamilton and Lamp, 393. And that's basically as far as I'm going to go because I believe 6 on this squad plus 22 on the previous 2 squads make up the 28 that are going to make the finals at this point based on the number. But I will go down. Walker and Bartlett, 345. Dwiggins and Snook, 342. Vander Griff and Brunk, 335, and Ceramic and Denton, 333. So they've got a chance to get up in that area, but I was thinking 350 or so before the last game, and the number didn't really change for the top 28 at this point.
Eric Samowski has the front 9, by the way. We just saw him throw the one on the 9th over here, front 9, Samowski.
Okay.
Their team is.
We need this. Yes.
Got it.
The number didn't jump after game 7.
I guess Samowski and
You
them.
have to. I mean, but right now you guys are in good shape. So I mean, you've got to do your job. But sorry for any,
Samowski and David were at plus 199.
This is a big hit here.
What are you thinking the cut's going to be?
Well, right now, the top 28 scores are 350. And if you add 9 more per squad like tomorrow and the next squad after that, now I think the morning squad's probably stronger than that. But it is. But the afternoon squad might not be. And especially after the oil again.
So is 350 got a shot?
350 right now. I'd say 350's got a shot to cash. 350 right now is in the top 46.
Well, so Chris David here can bowl 259, and Eric Samowski can bowl 300. So that would give him 159 over.
And they were at 200 over, or right at
199.
Okay, so
That might give him a cash.
it might give him a cash.
This last game right here.
But he needs the first two in the 10th, right?
Yeah.
And that's still only 140 now. It's not 150 anymore. So very, very nice job. Very nice job.
Wasn't pretty, but got the job done.
Nope. All right, this is a big shot right now, and he's taking his time. You see that?
Yep.
Boys and girls, any of my high schoolers watching that, he was ready to step up, and he decided he wasn't ready. He stepped back, reset. Here we go. Big shot here for Nick.
He got a handful of that.
Yep.
He 4 7-10s.
Yep.
I don't know your paper thing.
Yeah, I
over
don't
there.
either right now.
I don't either. Well, the good news is there's no cut score tonight. Cut score comes tomorrow evening.
Yeah.
That ball is going to only get 2.
Yeah.
So they bowl, what, 2?
So they were 330 something, and
440? 6.
370 or so. I mean, they were at 330 something. They'll be 370 or so, but that's before this game. So I don't know what's going to happen with the cut score, but that's 370 or so at this point.
You said they were in the 330s?
That's what they said they were in. Well, let's look, because I've got a game
It's right
7.
here.
I got a game 7 right here.
Game 7. Peyton and Lloyd were at 327.
327. Okay, they went in on 402. So that's a 46 over.
Yeah.
73.
Yeah. 373.
Well, it depends on what happens here, but again, Samowski got the first one.
Yeah, these guys.
They can't go ahead of Nick and Brett, but
No.
they can possibly cash with another strike here.
Eric
Very
Smowski
nice.
front 11. We'll finish on 29 through 32 in just a moment. After Eric Samowski throws his last shot, we might actually have a 300 this block. We haven't had one.
Nope.
This would be it right here, unless there's another one somewhere. Do I add him to the sheet? Eric Samowski, 300.
You add him to the sheet. Very nice job.
And that might get them a cash.
Very well might.
Let's bounce out of here. And we are supposed to go down here to, there's Ben Tubbin with Nick Weber. All right, will Nick Weber fill over or under 19 and a half?
Where are we at?
Right
over
there.
here?
Yep. Will he fill over or under 19 and a half?
I can't. I don't know.
Oh, now he needs 2. He needs 10 on 2 balls.
That ball went further down the lane than he thought it was going to. Did you see that?
Yeah. That ball just rolled out. We want to look at after 7.
That's just this squad, right?
Yeah.
What's this one with the 7 and 8? So.
Oh, yeah, they got them mixed in. Yeah,
look at that
I
one.
finally
I
got
like
them
that
mixed
one.
in.
That one looked good to me.
All right.
Is
Yeah,
that okay?
yeah, you can take a gander. Don't,
Oh,
but
yeah,
you
I'm
can't
just,
take
yeah,
it.
I'm
Yeah.
not running away. No,
Yeah. So he needs to spare this to get the over 19 and a half.
33 with this squad.
I think he's going to chop it.
330.
I think he's going to get 19.
What'd y'all say?
No, we're talking about this. I set 19 and a half Phil on in the 10th.
He pulled it.
19 and a half. That's what you
Oh,
he got it.
he got
I
it.
get the half. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. That's
Yep.
fucked up
He
bad.
fills
I hope
20.
you didn't take that bet, by the way.
He fills 20.
Yep.
All right.
You going down to 27 and 8 now? Or are you coming in here?
Well, I don't think we have any. We don't have any other bowling, do we? Everybody's done, right?
Well, 27 and 8.
Yeah, I don't
was
have
a
that.
Shot. No,
29
you're
to 32.
You're right. You're right. So, yep, we're done. And it is
11:49.
wow. That's almost an hour before I thought we were going to be done.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's 4.5 hours a squad typically.
Well, I know, but we didn't get started until 7:30.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Hey.
7:30.
That would have put us at midnight.
Midnight, yeah,
Yeah.
a little early. So I guess we
Yeah.
got to sit here and fill for 10 minutes, right? I mean,
I don't think we promised them anything.
no, we didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, let's play a quick game.
Okay.
All right. After I say 3, 2, 1, this goes into effect.
Okay.
All right. The first bowler that walks by, or person, the first person that walks by going that direction on the screen, that direction, you got to bowl doubles with next year in this tournament. The first person walking this direction, like coming from over there, this direction, my way, is who I got to bowl doubles with next year. Okay? Yeah, you can come sit in. Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, love to have you here. Yeah. All right, so when I go 3, 2, 1, anybody coming from my direction going towards you and walking by, you got to bowl doubles with next year. And then anybody coming this way, I got to bowl doubles with.
We'll see. I say yes to anything right now, but I mean,
Well, I mean, it's just a joke.
yeah,
It's
I
a
know.
hypothetical.
I know,
Right?
but
Interesting.
All right. Thank you. All right.
okay.
All right. All right, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Again, mine's coming this way. Yours is going that way.
Yep.
3, 2, 1. Here we go. Who we bowling doubles with? Who we bowling doubles with? It is like crickets right now. There is
It
nobody.
is.
Uh-oh.
It is.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, here's your doubles partner.
Yep, I see him.
And there's mine.
Yep.
I don't even know if that guy knows how to bowl.
But he's here.
He is here.
He's here.
He is here. All right, those are our doubles partners next year. Everybody just determined by random walk-by. Oh, boy.
Yep.
Well, hey, everybody. It has been it's been a long day. It's
What
been a
did
fun
they-
day.
what
Thanks
did
for
they
being
say?
here with us.
It's been a little slice of heaven, right? Is that what they say?
Yeah. Should I find something to send us out of here with? Yeah, let's just find some random song. Give me a random word. Any word. Any word you want. A noun, preferably.
Blue.
Blue. First song with blue is going to take us out of here.
Yep.
Here it is. So we'll do this a proper exit. The one time I don't need lyrics to take us out of here, we get lyrics.
Get lyrics.
It's all right, we'll get through it. Folks, thank you for being here today.
Kyle's looking at you like you.
Thank you.
I didn't know.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate it. Dennis appreciates
Yep.
it. Lee appreciates
Absolutely,
it. All
I
the
do.
guests appreciate it. Everybody here at St. Clair Bowl appreciates you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. Do us a favor. Support the sponsor. Hammer. They got 7 brands. I'm going to try to say them all. Here we go. Here's my try. Here we go.
Ronnie's looking at you.
Track. Columbia 300. Hammer. Ebonite. Radical Ultimate. Brunswick. Deviate.
That was 8
Support
brands.
those brands.
That was 8.
Well, I added the insert company, Dennis.
I know.
It's called an improvisation when you do this.
Yes.
You don't know what's going on.
There's Lee.
There's Lee. He's probably minus the building. We're not going to talk to him, though. If he comes, sits down, kick him out of here. All right, here we go.
All right.
Here we go. Big finish here.
How do you know what's coming in the song, though? You
I don't.
know if it's a big finish.
It's part of my whole improv. I'm Wayne Brady,
Okay.
white version.
Have you seen what?
I don't even know. I'm not listening. Ready?
Yep.
Want to thank St. Clair Bowl, Maxella Barger, everybody else that works here. Thank you to the mechanics, the cooks, the porters, everybody that comes around and takes care of us. We want to thank Jerry Anderson. We want to thank April. We want to thank the score runners. Larry is my favorite. Sorry to the rest. Okay, I guess that's it on the song. And we want to thank you for watching here on Inside Bowling. Dennis and I will be back with Lee tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. for the D squad. We'll have an E squad tomorrow as well at 2 o'clock. And then we will also be back at around 7:30 for the semifinals. And then we'll be back for the finals at 9 a.m. on Sunday. Enjoyed it, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed it as well. We've got another crazy day tomorrow. And you can count on more of this kind of commentary after 11 o'clock Saturday night.
Yeah, I would think so, too.
Let me talk to the guys in the truck, make sure they have the main feed graphic ready to go. And for everybody, we love you. We'll see you tomorrow.